Committee will come to order. Welcome and thank you all for joining today's hearing, where we will hear from Secretary Rollins from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. After brief opening remarks, members will receive testimony from our witness today, and then the hearing will open to questions. So once again, good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all to today's hearing and extend a special thanks to the Honorable Brooke Rollins for joining us for her first appearance before this committee as our 33rd Secretary of Agriculture. I'm proud to call her a friend and deeply appreciative of the leadership she has shown in just a few short months on the job. Madam Secretary, we're truly grateful to have you with us today. This committee is dedicated to the prosperity and long-term sustainability of rural America. Our nation's farmers, ranchers, and foresters are the fundamental piece of America's #1 industry, which clothes and feeds millions of American families and billions around the world. And that is why Congress came together at the end of last year to provide a meaningful relief with $21 billion to address weather-related losses in 2023 and 2024, and another $10 billion to help offset sustained economic losses impacting producers. I'm grateful to Secretary Rollins for the work she has done and will continue to do to get those dollars out the door, ensure that help reaches the producers who need it most. Largely thanks to these investments and a renewed emphasis on expanding global markets, recent USDA forecasts show net farm income stabilizing for 2025. Those dollars, while not enough to make producers whole, were enough for many to keep the lights on and obtain credit to farm another year. However, input costs remain high and commodity prices continue to soften, and forecast margins, working capital, and debt loads continue to deteriorate. Our work to support America's farmers and ranchers is not yet complete. Over the past several years, the producers we represent have withstood unprecedented mix of adversity, a global pandemic, record inflation, supply chain disruptions, animal disease, and natural disasters. And yet they've continued to deliver the safest, most abundant, and most affordable food supply in the world. Well, that's not something that we take for granted. It is something we must support through sound policy, stable markets, and a strong USDA. That said, we have plenty to discuss this morning, Madam Secretary. We're eager to hear your plans to make USDA more efficient, particularly as it relates to reorganization efforts, ensuring that there is not a disruption to customer service. We're also interested in your strategy to support producers with today's challenging trade environment and animal health risks. As you and the President work to lower barriers and open new markets, we navigate these issues together, I trust you'll continue to keep the interests of the American agriculture front and center. We're turning the page to a new chapter for American agriculture, one where new scientific breakthroughs and technology will work hand in hand with tradition, stewardship, and grit to address the challenges at hand and build on the legacy of resilience and innovation driven by our farmers and ranchers. As part of that new chapter, it is incumbent on Congress to do our job. The One Big Beautiful Bill is a critical down payment on meaningful change for America, but it's just the beginning. We must also deliver a full farm bill reauthorization that provides certainty and long-term support for our producers. Once we complete the reconciliation process, we will build on that foundation with a comprehensive farm bill later this year. Secretary Rollins, I know that you bring to this role a deep belief in the power of rural America and the American farmer. We share that belief. I know that we are aligned in our commitment to the people in this country who produce as well as those who consume. As we begin this conversation today, I want to underscore my hope and expectation that the relationship between this committee and the Department of Agriculture will be strong, will be a strong, productive partnership. The future of our food supply, our environment, and our economy depends on it. With that, I thank you again, Secretary Rollins, for your service and your testimony. I now yield to the ranking member, Craig, from the great state of Minnesota, for her opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to welcome Secretary Rollins to our committee hearing today. She reminded me in the back room that she spent every summer in Minnesota, so has a deep connection to my home state as well. Doing right by our family farmers requires working across the aisle. That's been a trademark of this committee over time, and that's how successful farm bills usually function. Traditionally, USDA has reflected that commitment as well. By supporting our family farmers as they grow food that feeds our country and the world, ensuring our food is safe to eat, stopping the spread of animal disease, and innovating the future of food and agriculture. However, I am genuinely concerned that under this administration, agricultural policymaking has become more partisan and polarized. This reckless push to cut nearly $300 billion in funding to a title of the Farm Bill, instead of prioritizing getting a 12-title, 5-year farm bill across the finish line, is of particular concern to this committee. And it has put the bipartisan farm bill in jeopardy. In addition, DOGE has been given essentially a free pass to damage program integrity and undermine the USDA's ability to carry out its core functions and provide key services that America's farmers rely on. Madam Secretary, your agency has fired and then had to rehire agency employees because of uninformed and reckless decisions over the course of the past few months. Our trade deficit is increasing. Retaliatory tariffs are coming. Countries are already moving to buy commodities from other nations instead of America's farmers. Input costs are stubbornly high. The bird flu remains a concern. Food banks have been defunded. Billions of dollars in farm programs remain frozen. School cafeterias have been cut off from sourcing locally grown food. Food safety and animal health experts have been fired or forced out. Nutrition assistance programs are being decimated. The Farm Bill is in jeopardy. The USDA Inspector General, who rooted out fraud, waste, and abuse, was fired. And the MAHA Commission, which USDA signed off on, is issuing reports with made-up science and fake citations without talking to family farmers. I grew up in farm country. My grandfather was a farm foreman, and I now have the opportunity and honor of representing corn, soybean, pork, and turkey producers, among others, in Minnesota's 2nd District. They're tough people. They want markets, not farm income from more government handouts because their government's policies are hurting their farms. So yes, Madam Secretary, we are grateful that you've come to testify in front of us today, and we have a lot to talk to you about. Thank you for being here. And Mr. Chairman, I yield.
I thank the gentlelady. She yields back. The chair would request that other members submit their opening statements for the record so our witness may begin her testimony, and to ensure that there is ample time for questions. I'm pleased to welcome to the committee our witness for today, USDA Secretary Brooke Rollins. Madam Secretary, thank you for joining us, and we're now going to proceed to your testimony. You'll have 5 minutes. Thank you for your written testimony that you've submitted. All of our members have a copy of that written testimony. The timer in front of you will count down to 0, at which point your time has expired. Secretary Rollins, please begin when you're ready.
Well, thank you, Chairman Thompson, Ranking Member Craig, and distinguished members of this committee. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today to highlight what the U.S. Department of Agriculture has accomplished since the start of our new administration just a short few months ago. Under the Trump administration, the hardworking Americans who feed, fuel, and clothe our nation and the world are at the center of everything we do at USDA. Our USDA is putting farmers first and taking bold action every single day. The following is a quick list of just a few of those highlights over the last 118 days. First, tackling the avian bird flu outbreak and lowering the price of wholesale eggs by more than 65%, with retail prices following at 25% and gaining every week. Second, taking action to respond to foreign disease outbreaks like the New World screwworm, because food security is national security. I'm sure we'll get into that today. Third, we've kicked off a comprehensive effort to identify and to rectify politically motivated lawfare originating and against our family farms, such as the Maud family of South Dakota. Fourth, we are streamlining unnecessary regulations and cutting red tape for poultry farmers and other producers, for example, by extending line speed waivers and removing duplicative data collection. Number 5, USDA moved out the Emergency Commodity Assistance Program in record time, and a lot of leadership in this committee to get that money there. And have already sent out aid to more than 500,000 farmers in just the last 8 weeks, with a total of over $7.7 billion out the door to date. Additionally, we have issued $1 billion of the emergency livestock relief to date and are on track to meet our deadlines for the remaining congressionally authorized disaster programs, which are so important, especially since the Farm Bill was not done in the last few years. Number 6, in the Oval Office yesterday, talking with President Trump and the media about the increase of productivity and production in our timber industry after being decimated over the last few years. 7th, opening up 5 markets around the world in certain parts of the world where new markets have been opened and our products have moved in, great American farm products. And finally, continuing to address waste, fraud, and abuse in SNAP and, frankly, all USDA programs that have long neglected to put our farmers first. This includes a review of thousands, tens of thousands of contracts, grants, employee trainings, and DEI programs, resulting in over savings of $5.5 billion. Now let me expand on just a few of those in my remaining 2 minutes and 11 seconds. My team and I are regularly meeting, as I mentioned, with foreign partners, expanding markets around the world, promoting agricultural products, which are the best. I've already traveled to the UK and to Italy. I am soon to leave for Vietnam, Japan, and India, and after that, going to South America. We are working as hard as we possibly can, pushing these aggressive trade deals to put our American farmers and producers first. In this administration, it doesn't take more taxpayer dollars to boost timber production, to unleash American energy dominance, and to balance unfair trade commitments around the world. It just takes a president who can harness the strength and ingenuity of the American people. There is still much work to be done as we realign the American and world economy at the service of the American people and the American farmer. We are leaving no stone unturned as we evaluate the effectiveness of all of our programs, and I thank each one of you on both sides of the aisle for your collaboration in that effort. We are also at a pivotal moment where we can safeguard our country from fiscal ruin, and I applaud the steps this committee took, sir, on passing the One Big Beautiful Bill and all of the work that took. This bill leverages a once-in-a-generation opportunity, and specifically for our farmers, increasing $3.8 billion in income projected, protecting over 2 million of our family farms from the death tax, and cutting more than $10 billion in taxes, again, just in our agricultural community. As the 33rd Secretary of Agriculture, I have the profound privilege of seeing firsthand how our nation's farmers serve as the very heartbeat of this country. Their unwavering dedication and resilience are not merely testaments to hard work. They form the bedrock that upholds our national security, revitalizes our rural communities, and preserves our cherished traditions. Our farmers and ranchers do not rest, and neither do we at the USDA. I'm proud to be at the helm of Abraham Lincoln's People's Department. I'm proud to be at the table with President Donald Trump and fighting for the very foundation of our American way of life. Thank you, and I look forward to today's discussion.
Thank you for your important testimony today, Secretary. At this time, members will be recognized for questions in order of seniority, alternating between majority and minority members, and in order of arrival for those who joined us after the hearing convened. You'll be recognized for 5 minutes each in order to allow us to get to as many questions as possible. And I recognize myself for 5 minutes of questions. Madam Secretary, I'd like to talk with you about an issue that poses an imminent threat to the pork industry and livestock production overall. State mandates like California's Proposition 12 are misguided, not based in sound science, and create arbitrary production standards for pork producers. In addition to being burdensome for producers, the final pork product is also more expensive for consumers. Pork prices in California have risen 20% on average since the implementation of Prop 12, and the cost of constructing Prop 12 compliant barns are estimated to be at least $3,400 to $4,000 per sow. With costs like these, neither the producer or the consumer are winning. As we all know, the Supreme Court has weighed in on this matter and asked Congress to act. If we attempted to do so in the Farm Food and National Security Act of 2024, language we included would ensure that livestock producers only have to abide by production standards in the state in which they reside, protecting both the rights of an individual producer and states' rights. I know you understand this issue well. Can you talk about the negative impact that state mandates like Prop 12 have had on the pork industry and the dangerous precedent that sets for all livestock production, and what is the risk for both producers and consumers if we do not act?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's a really important question. It's one that came up a lot in my confirmation process on the Senate side of the House. And one thing I will note is that no one is more of a believer in federalism and the 10th Amendment and our founders' vision of the states' rights to be able to be their own laboratories of innovation. So I'll say that first. But second, when those ideas and those rules and those laws begin to impact other states in such a negative way, that is not what our founders intended. That is not constitutional, and it is not okay. The extreme impact of Prop 12, especially on our pork producers, I believe this is a bipartisan question. We may not all agree in this room, but I think most agree, even on the Democrat side of the House, that it cannot stand. So I stand in full support of your effort. We're also looking at things we could potentially do at the department to mitigate for some of the consequences of this rule that, again, California has the right to do what California wants to do. But the minute that crosses the border and begins to, again, compromise in such a significant way our pork producers, we need to act.
Well, thank you, Secretary. I'd like to turn to a topic that is of increasing concern for our producers, and that is the availability of agricultural labor. Last Congress, the committee convened the Agricultural Labor Working Group led by co-chairs Rick Crawford and Don Davis, and they're working on turning their bipartisan recommendations into legislation, but a legislative solution will not address the immediate needs of the industry. I was encouraged by President Trump's comments at the April 10th cabinet meeting, where he said he would work with the agriculture industry and alluded to a process by which there would be some sort of flexibility provided to farmers and a new process to allow undocumented workers in their jobs to come back in legally. However, recent enforcement actions have begun to impact and even target agricultural operations, and yet there's still a lack of clarity for producers. As I'm sure you know, these employers have a limited ability to question an employee's documentation and are unaware of any issues with their status until an I-9 audit is conducted. What, if anything, are you, Secretary Chavez, DeRemer, and Secretary Noem doing to follow through on the President's comments and making sure that enforcement is not impacting food security, which I think we both agree is a matter of national security?
No, that's right, sir. And in fact, I was with the President yesterday in the Oval Office. I spoke with him again this morning. This was one of the issues that we spoke about. This President's commitment to ensuring that all laws are followed remains paramount, but also combining that with understanding the significant challenges to our ag producers in finding the labor that is necessary to produce not only for their farms to be able to basically stay in business, but also, to your point, this is much bigger than that. This is a national security issue. And the moment that America is not able to feed ourselves any longer, that is the moment that we are no longer the superpower, the preeminent superpower in the world. So that's how very seriously I take this. As you mentioned, on April 10th at our cabinet meeting, the President himself brought this issue up and specifically directed Secretary Chavez DeRemer, who herself is from a farming background, who is our labor secretary, along with myself and Secretary Noem, our DHS secretary, who also is from a farming and ranching background, to ensure that we are doing everything we can to make sure that these farmers and ranchers have the labor that they need. So the president is hyper-focused on that, understanding the challenges currently at hand, but please know that we are in constant daily communication about how to solve for that quickly, while also working in partnership with this committee. And Mr. Chairman, your leadership on this has been really, really important, as have so many sitting in the room today.
Thank you, Secretary. My time has expired. Now recognize the gentlelady from Minnesota, ranking member, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Over the past several months, I've met dozens of family farmers and producers across this country. They've represented operations of all different types and sizes. Despite their many differences, there was a common theme between all these meetings: the lack of certainty. Every farmer, grower, rancher, and producer has said that they need more certainty. And despite this administration's promise to put farmers first, we've seen that many of the actions are actually harming them. We've seen trade wars increase instability in farm country and surrender market access to our competitors like Brazil. We've seen USDA programs that farmers rely on for income frozen or eliminated with little to no explanation. And on the ground in districts like mine, local FSA, NRCS, and Forest Service staff are being let go. Wait lists are getting longer, and fewer USDA staff are available to help family farmers navigate the agency's incredibly popular and impactful programs. And the administration wants to gut a title of the Farm Bill in reconciliation. I've got 3 questions, so I may have to reclaim my time during some of your answers because I want to make sure to get to all of them. Let me start by asking about the agency, Madam Secretary. Before the department moved forward with its layoffs restructuring plan, did the department carefully analyze what these folks did and the impact these cuts would have on farm country?
Well, thank you, ma'am, and certainly had a great visit to your state, a sugar beet farm recently. The bottom line is this, that no one has been fired. There were 15,000 USDA employees who took the resignation, the deferred resignation, but no one was fired. So I think that's really important. In a normal year, madam, we'll have 8,000 to 10,000 attrition rate. So while I think there's been a big narrative about how all these important people have been fired, that was not the case. What we have done, and yes, to answer your question, is a very careful review. Yesterday in the Oval Office, we talked about our wildland firefighters. They're at 96% full, meaning we are ahead of where the Joe Biden USDA was last year at this time to prepare for wildfire season. To your point on the FSA offices, what I have asked every member to do, and I know you have my cell phone, I welcome every member, Republican or Democrat, to call me directly with specific examples, and we can get on that right away, because that forward-facing part of USDA with our rural communities and with our farmers is of priority to me.
Thank
so
you.
if you could help us solve for that,
Thank you. I'm
I
going
would
to go to
appreciate
my
that.
second question. Thank you so much. Look, just to be clear, if you had reviewed this, you would have made sure that folks who are trying to stop bird flu in our country weren't allowed to retire. In fact, I ran a big business for a lot of years before I came to Congress, and voluntary retirement's often exactly the wrong people retire. That's why you take a more thorough review of these things before you just say everybody who wants to retire, retire. But nonetheless, let's go on to trade. 40% of my district is covered in corn and soy every summer. Since we're losing market access in China, what markets are you targeting to help U.S. soy producers compensate for the market access that they have lost?
Yeah, I appreciate that question, and I know in your comments you mentioned the farmers in trade and the uncertainty, and we certainly realize that. We are very aggressively, specifically on our row croppers, but to soy, for example, really working to expand the markets. Last week I was in Italy. Interestingly, Italy, of course, the government of Giorgia Meloni is very aligned with President Trump. They are very open, but Italy, again, as an example, imports about $75 billion in agriculture products. Only $1.7 billion comes from our American farmers and ranchers, and this is one of our best friends around the world. So we had great conversations specific to soy. on how we get, which is the #1 import, but not nearly enough, how we get more of that into Italy, into the EU, into Japan, into India, into
Madam
Vietnam.
Secretary, I'm
and
sorry,
we'll
I've got
continue
40
to do
seconds.
that.
I'm going to reclaim my time. And
Yes,
China
ma'am.
represents 50% of the U.S. soybean market. Wouldn't it, I'm not going to ask, but I believe it would have been a better strategy to go get these markets before you do an across-the-board trade war that decimates 50% of the market. So
About
that's
1
not a
hour ago, the
question.
president announced a deal
And-
with China,
and
so that is
then-
being solved.
And then last question really is about HPIA. Do you support, look, I've got a bunch of turkey growers in Minnesota. Don't even get me started on the Maha report, Secretary Kennedy. Do you support developing a robust vaccine strategy, and will you commit to using vaccines to combat animal disease?
We are looking at all of the above. We have $100 million committed. We have 417 applications, Ranking Member Craig, that we are currently working through. Vaccines, therapeutics, we're looking at everything across the board.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Now recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Secretary Rollins, thank you for taking time to testify before the committee today and discuss the issues that are affecting our farmers back home. Last week, I chaired a subcommittee hearing to discuss voluntary conservation programs in the Farm Bill and the improvements Congress can make to ensure that these programs truly work for producers that they're intended to benefit. I heard from a variety of witnesses representing both producers and technical assistance providers, and they agreed with reinvesting the unobligated Inflation Reduction Act funds into the baseline of the Farm Bill without the climate sideboards is a necessary step to ensure that these programs reach more producers. To that end, Madam Secretary, I've heard from many of my producers back home that the Climate Smart Commodities grant process under the Biden administration was confusing and left little room for producer choice. Can you share with the committee what you're doing at USDA to revamp this program and to streamline the application process for producers?
Yes, sir, thank you. That remains a top priority for us. We've already made announcements on how to make it easier, cleaner, and better, and to put our producers first. We've asked several applicants to reapply based on that as a priority and driving that forward. If you hear anything different, Congressman, please let us know. It's those anecdotes that help us get better. But yes, sir, we are solving for that every day at USDA.
It sounds like the Advancing Markets for Producers initiative is focused on making sure producers come first, and that USDA is a partner alongside producers rather than a dictator. Does that sound like an accurate assessment of what you and the department are attempting to do?
That is accurate. We've asked people to reapply if and when they have at least 65% of their application focused on producers.
In my remaining time, I wanted to take a moment to thank you for the Emergency Livestock Relief Program funds that went out the door last month. Oklahoma's experienced several severe fires in recent years that have impacted hundreds of producers across the state. And under the Biden administration, it took an average of 13 months for disaster funds to reach producers. However, Congress passed the American Relief Act of 2025 in December, and producers have received ELRP assistance in May. That's a significant improvement, and I know my constituents are grateful. Madam Secretary, have you received any immediate feedback on the rollout of these funds?
We've been so grateful, realizing it's imperfect, but we've been so grateful at the response. And I just want to say, this morning at 6 a.m., I was on a conference call with the team talking about the next round of funds. 6 a.m. Last night at 10:30, I was on a call with a couple of other congressmen talking about it. We are so committed to working 20 hours a day, sometimes more, to ensure that this money moves quickly and as efficiently as possible. And I'm really proud of the team for being able to execute on that. And by the way, these are both politicals and careers, which I just want to lift up.
And I want to thank you for increasing funding to reimburse states for food safety inspections. Oklahoma administers top-notch food safety inspections, and I know my constituents back home view it as a great example of the federal government working in tandem with the state. Madam Secretary, what additional steps do you think Congress needs to take to ensure that state food inspection programs run smoothly and that the funds USDA released are, and of course the funds are greatly appreciated, but there is a role here in Congress to ensure the longevity of cooperative partnerships and state programs?
I think that it continues to be of paramount importance, especially As I mentioned in my opening remarks, I think as Ranking Member Craig mentioned, I think as Chairman Thompson mentioned, that food security is national security. And just last week, if you weren't tracking, we arrested someone that potentially had come in across the borders with some agro-terrorism products that could potentially have really disrupted our food supply. So the food safety inspection system specific to the states continues to be a priority. And again, anecdotally, if you see something different or have suggestions, please let me know. Top of the list for us.
And my last thought is, thank you for the very aggressive approach on the screwworm flies.
Yeah.
Being a livestock producer in Oklahoma, not that far from your stomping grounds, we are really close to the problem right now.
We're really close. I'll be making a major announcement next week on the very next step, which will be probably more aggressive than anyone in recent history on the New World screwworm. And I think you and hopefully the entire committee will be very pleased.
And my constituents say thank you. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Mr. David Scott from Georgia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Secretary, you have advocated stopping the funding going to the 1890s African American colleges and universities. Do you realize the damage, backwardness, and evil that you have done?
Well, first of all, your premise is completely wrong. In the last administration, I was in President Trump's West Wing, and fully funding the HBCUs was my project. I stood in the Oval Office when that happened. I, to date, continue to be, alongside President Trump, one of the biggest advocates for our HBCUs and our 1890 projects. So I'm not sure what information you have, sir, but that is definitely not me. And you can look at my long history of supporting those efforts. I think they're very important.
So, if I understand you correctly, you support this vital program? You have
Yes.
not frozen or advocated freezing
No,
the money?
no.
You are full steam ahead.
Full steam ahead. Now, we are looking at every program at USDA. So as part of the larger effort to analyze and evaluate, yes, but no, our support is paramount for those projects. The President has been unequivocal in his support, and we will continue in that direction.
So in February, you did not advocate suspending funding for the 1890s African American Student Scholarship Program.
Not in total, sir. It was part of the larger review of every program, including the farming program, to ensure that we were using taxpayer dollars to their highest and best use.
Okay. The reason that I'm very concerned about this is that this is the most significant bipartisan, Democrat and Republican, program here. Not only do we support it, but this committee voted to increase the funding to $100 million from the $80 million that we got in the last Farm Bill. We need you to help us secure that. This is the most important product. Let me tell you why this is so important historically. There was a general in the Civil War that devastated the South, William Tecumseh Sherman, went through here and devastated. But this same general laid out the program for revitalization of the South. And he went to President Lincoln and said, in each of the Confederate states, we're going to put land-grant colleges. It is the land, it is the economy, it is the strength of the South. And they put forward this program. But there was no room for the African American community until in 1890s they brought forth the separate but equal doctrine. Everywhere they had put the white land-grant schools, they had to put the black ones. And that is the growth of this. So I wanted to share with the history. I'm glad that you are on our team and helping us. This is great news. Thank you.
Sir, thank you for that. And I'll say I'm a proud graduate of Texas A&M University and spent a good amount of time at Prairie View A&M, about 45 minutes away. I'm really proud of that school. In fact, our vice chancellor of Texas A&M and head of the ag school, Jeff Sable, is here. He was my meats professor 30 years ago at Texas A&M, now running the whole kit and caboodle. So no, we remain very committed and understand the importance.
I'm a graduate of the great alma mater, Florida A&M University.
Yes, sir.
I wouldn't be here if they didn't give me that scholarship.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Gentlemen's time has expired. This Penn State Land Grant University graduate recognizes Mr. Austin Scott from Georgia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Madam Secretary, I appreciate your commitment to the 1890 colleges. That's important to all of us. It has historically been done in a very bipartisan manner. And I might also mention that my colleague David Scott, I believe you were in school with a Donald J. Trump at one point of your life. Is that correct?
Yes, at the Wharton School of Finance, and he helped to get that scholarship program. It was under his administration that we passed.
All right.
Very committed.
Okay.
Very
I
committed.
want to bring this up, Madam Secretary, and I'm asking you for your help with this, and what I'm asking for is transparency in this. And so you'll recall that in the American Rescue Plan, there was $3 billion that was put in for people, and if you owed any money to the USDA, you were going to receive 120% of whatever your loan balance was. There was one race that was excluded from that payment. The courts ruled that it was unconstitutional, that you could not discriminate and exclude a race from those payments. That money was, I think it was 4 out of 4 federal judges said you could not exclude based on race. Then, so that same money was then transferred into the Inflation Reduction Act. And in the Inflation Reduction Act, they did two things. One of them was the Farm Loan Borrowers Relief Program, and basically how any loan who was more than 60 days late got brought current. So if you were 5 years late on your farm payment, you got 5 years worth of payments plus the next payment made. Now, if you cashed in your retirement plan to make your farm payment, you didn't get anything. But anyway, they brought those loans current and plus 60 days. And my understanding is there's questions around the 1099. It is clearly taxable income since there was not a bankruptcy, and just want to make sure that we're working with the IRS. My understanding is 2 separate 1099s may have been issued on that, and making sure that that is taxable income by law. But then there was about $2.2 billion that was paid out, and there were discrimination payments. Over 40% of those payments went to people who had never farmed, and they were ranged between $500,000 and $500,000 in the payments. And my understanding is a third-party vendor was used to make the determination of discrimination or not discriminated against, and that third-party vendor no longer exists, nor did they exist prior to the program being put in. 50% of the payments went to Alabama and Mississippi. Almost 50% of the payments went to people that never farmed. And I just want to make sure that we're looking into this and where those payments went to, who they went to, and that it's going to be public record who received those payments. And so I've met with your people. Just any comments on that would be appreciated. But just, again, looking for a commitment to continue to work to find out if there was fraud in those payments.
Congressman, what I have seen in the last 118 days since I was sworn in mid-February has blown my mind. It is stunning the amount of money that was pushed out in the last USDA without accountability, without understanding of where it was going, that just the pure sums are absolutely mind-boggling. So we are working feverishly to try to get our arms around it, and we'll continue to do so. And I would so welcome your partnership in that as we're moving that forward. But yes, you have my 100%
100%.
commitment.
I want to know who was the vendor that got paid the 10% of that money. That's a lot of money that someone got paid. Next, can you just give us an update on the block grant applications process? I represent the state of Georgia. As you know, we were devastated by the storms. But if you could update us on the block grants, I would very much appreciate that.
Yes, sir. The block grants are moving forward. Georgia has been at the front of the line. They have been extremely efficient. Their leadership has been great. Tyler Harper and the whole team there. We've met with your team from Georgia 4 different times. That money is likely to move in the next week or 2.
Thank you very much. And I look very much forward to you in making sure that there is no fraud or criminal activity in that other payment program.
Great,
Thank you.
sir. We'll follow up with that. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and the ranking member, for this important hearing. Thank you, Secretary Rollins, for being here. It's good to see you again since the swearing in, and I want to remind you that the offer I made then and still stands. Would like you to come out to California and show you some of the most productive agricultural land in the country. Last year, $59.5 billion at the farm gate, the largest agricultural state in the nation, has been for decades. I believe, and I think maybe there's a large consensus in this room, that food is a national security issue. It doesn't often get treated that way, but it is. I know from a lot of perspectives, not only the people that I represent, but I'm a 3rd-generation family farmer in California. And I think it's important to note that California has over 70,000 farms. Ranches are remarkably productive. 70% of these farms are less than 100 acres. 89% are less than 500 acres, yet we produce 50% of the nation's fruits and vegetables, 80% of the citrus production, 20% of the milk supply, and more than 400 different agricultural commodities. It's truly an amazing story. This food production goes towards supporting nearly 5 million Californians who rely on SNAP, who are food insecure as a part of the 47 million Americans that also rely on SNAP as their food safety net. And I think we need to work together if we're going to get this farm bill done. That's the bottom line. That's what we've always done in years past. And our farmers and ranchers want to provide for our neighbors and communities and not cut them off from the dinner table. That being said, Madam Secretary, I have a couple questions. High-path avian flu hit the entire country. In California, the dairy industry and the poultry industry were hard hit. We know it's important that we follow science. You said that in your testimony. I think it's important for all of those impacted by the avian flu that we go forward with a production of a vaccine, being mindful of our trading partners. I have a bipartisan letter here, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record on the high-path avian flu.
Without objection.
Thank you. I would like to know whether or not you're committed to continuing to work on a vaccination program for the dairy industry, Madam Secretary.
I am. One quick clarification to my friend from Georgia, the crack team behind me, Mr. Scott. We will be finalizing the agreement for Georgia next week. The money will move in July. So I just wanted to make sure to clarify. But yes, sir, we remained wholly committed to looking down every single path, under every single hood, doing everything we can on this high path to try to contain it. It obviously has jumped to the dairy industry, could jump again to another industry. It's of paramount importance we do that.
The possibility that it could affect humans is, I think, a great concern to all of us. Let me go on.
That's exactly right.
Now, next question involves market assistance for specialty program crops. I've had a number of farmers in my area that have applied for that. There's been confusion with the FSA offices. They're still reaching out to determine whether or not the payments from the market assistance specialty crop program are going to take place. Could you comment on this?
I will. I want to make sure I get it right. So let me flip in my handy dandy little folder here. We have allocated $2.65 billion to this program, so it is a significant priority. That's what I wanted to check.
For the purpose of my time, why don't we follow through with your office on these constituents who've been calling my office, and we can try to resolve this problem?
That would be great. We would welcome that.
Food for Peace has been an important bipartisan effort since its inception in 1954. I'm very disappointed on what happened with USAID, and I don't know how you folks are going to be able to implement the responsibility as the President has outlined. Do you agree the program should continue for USDA? It's not only helps people who are food insecure throughout the world, it helps America's view and it helps American agriculture. What's your position on that?
Yeah, well, we are reevaluating all of it. I will tell you that we have 14 of the Food for Progress projects remain active in 17 countries and funded. So the ones that align with the America First agenda, the ones that make sense to put America first and for our community, we are continuing those. And that is the reorganization and the refocus the President asked us to do, and to the American people.
More discussion to carry on here. Also, research. Research, I think, has been an important component with our land-grant universities. I will talk to you later and send you a letter, but there are important programs that USDA stations working together with California Agriculture, and I'm very concerned about the reduction of these research programs. They've done so much for so many.
The research programs continue to be a priority. What we're looking at, that the ones that don't aren't as effective, the facilities are behind, they don't make sense, it's a waste of taxpayer dollars. But overall, the USDA remains extremely committed to the important research that our land grants do and partake. You'll see an extension and expansion in
The
some of that,
gentleman's time
but
has
ensuring that it
expired.
makes sense.
To be continued. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you so much, and look forward to connecting with your office specifically on the specialty crops.
Now please recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Dr. Desjardins, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Rollins, for being here today. Farmers across Tennessee and the nation want America to be healthy and are a critical part of the solution, but are also very concerned about the Make America Healthy Again Commission's report's potential implications on the agriculture industry, specifically relating to pesticides and herbicides. Unfortunately, the report sows seeds of doubt about our food system and the hardworking farmers who feed the planet. On top of that, outside USDA's participation on the commission, our boots-on-the-ground farmers weren't included in the development of the report. Do you have plans to remedy this and make certain farmers are not only included but are at the center of the discussion and decisions moving forward?
My commitment is just that, and I have worked and have been unequivocal on the record how important these crop protection programs are, pesticides specifically, glyphosate and others more specifically, and the President has as well. So we will continue that. There's no doubt that we could do better on the next report, and my commitment is to do everything I can to ensure that our ag community is better represented.
Well, I know that'll make Tennessee Farm Bureau very happy, as well as many other farm bureaus and farmers, so thank you for that. There's probably no industry with more uncertainty than agriculture, but there is one certainty in this committee. There will always be vigorous and lively debate over the SNAP program. And I've been trying to get answers to a question for years now about SNAP eligibility for non-citizens. And your USDA manual has a list of 15 criteria for non-citizen groups, such as refugees, individuals granted asylum, Cuban, Haitian entrants, all children under 18. So we're often told that it's very difficult to be a recipient of SNAP if you're not a legal citizen, but according to USDA's own policy, that would appear that that's not necessarily the case. A number that we hear, and I'm sure it's a moving target, is about 42 million Americans are on SNAP. Is that still a good number?
That's the correct number.
Okay, and can you tell me roughly what percentage of non-American citizens are on the SNAP program?
Well, it should be zero. If it's not, we're moving that direction. About a month ago, we put out a very significant statement on this. This is news to me. We are running it down right now, and we'll circle back.
Okay, well, I'm sure that you can see the copy of the eligibility, and it's immediate eligibility with no waiting period for the group, and there's 15. I didn't read them all, but and I guess I just want to know where that money comes from, because we have to create a farm bill. I'm an advocate of the SNAP program. When I bring this up, people think I'm anti-SNAP. That's not true. Don't want anyone to go hungry. I want everybody who needs to be fed. You know, I think one issue we've argued over during reconciliation was able-bodied people who can work with many exceptions, and I think it was misrepresentative who those people were, because we make it pretty clear that if you're disabled, if you're pregnant mother, if you have young children, if you're elderly, you know, this doesn't apply to you. But it's an issue that is pretty well received across all political spectrums, whether you're Democrat, Independent, or Republican. Roughly about 80% of all those groups think that able-bodied people who can work should work, and I hope that that's something we can get in the Farm Bill. But I would actually like to see a number. If all children under 18 that are in this country illegally, and we had 20 million people cross the border in the past 4 years, I don't know what, maybe 25% were under 18. According to these guidelines, they are eligible without a waiting period on SNAP. So I would really like to get some clarity as we write a farm bill and try to budget for the nutrition program, you know, just what part of the pie that consumes.
Sir, I'm told that that language you're reading is congressional language out of the congressional statute. So that is something that would need to be fixed by this body. But we are obviously looking at it, and certainly within our own USDA, ensuring that American taxpayer dollars support Americans.
And I would like to think that most people would like to see their American tax dollars go to American citizens, and then if there is some other solution to deal with the immigration problem we now face, then we need to know what that is, but we need to know what those numbers are as we plan our farm bill. So
One other thing I think is important, just because this is such an important conversation, is that we did ask for the first time of any Republican or Democrat USDA for the exact data that you are asking for from the states, because the states are implementing this. So hopefully we will for the first time be able to answer that
thank you,
question.
Madam Secretary.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now I recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, I have to be honest, I'm deeply troubled by what this administration and this Congress are doing to so many programs that help vulnerable people and small farms. You know, we live in the richest country in the history of the world. We have 47 million Americans who are hungry or food insecure. That's a scandal, and hunger is getting worse under this administration. We actually spent a few years developing a roadmap for ending hunger in this country. The Biden-Harris administration hosted the second ever bipartisan White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health, and out of it came a national strategy that called upon every sector of society to do their part to end hunger once and for all. And now congressional Republicans are cutting food programs indiscriminately with apparent support from the Trump administration. I mean, the administration has already taken $500 million away from food banks, and President Trump's budget goes after WIC, slashing the food budgets of pregnant women, breastfeeding moms, and young kids. Meanwhile, your department has cut farmer programs too, like the Local Food for Schools program, Local Food Purchase Assistance program, and the Leahy Farm to School program. Your department has frozen funds obligated to farmers, canceled signed contracts, and purged career staff who work directly with our farmers. And internationally, this administration is torching our global food security programs, like Food for Peace and the McGovern-Dole Food for Education and Child Nutrition Program. They're both eliminated in the White House budget. You said that food security is national security. It's mind-boggling that the administration would cut those programs. And China is filling the void. The bottom line is that these cuts are hurting people, they're hurting consumers, hungry people, our local economy, and hurting our farmers. And so, Madam Secretary, I'd urge you to read the national strategy that came out of the White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health, and I hope I can persuade you to make meaningfully combating hunger a priority, because things are going in the wrong direction. But today I need to talk about what small farmers in my state of Massachusetts are up against. We've been losing family farms in America over the last 50 years, and there are a lot of reasons for it, and it's complicated. But what should not be complicated is whether USDA has a responsibility to do something to try to stop it. Over the years, we've heard from secretaries of agriculture like Earl Butz, who said to farmers, get big or get out, or your predecessor, Sonny Perdue, who said, quote, in America, the big get bigger and the small go out. I couldn't believe he said that. I guess a simple yes or no question. Do you agree with that characterization?
No, sir, I
Okay.
do not agree with that. And in fact, we rolled out a significant small family farm program 3 weeks ago
Well-
across the board, ensuring that these farmers can survive and thrive
well,
like never before.
Well, let me just I'm relieved to hear you say that you don't share that philosophy, because right now, small farmers in New England are counting on you, right? Appropriations Ranking Member Rosa DeLauro and I teamed up at the end of last year to craft a disaster supplemental package specifically targeted to help small specialty crop farmers in our region, plus Alaska and Hawaii, who need to be made whole after catastrophic infrastructure and crop losses in the last few years. We've had unprecedented floods, freezes, and storms, and our farmers are at risk of losing everything. The modern farm safety net does not catch them. It was woven for farms that are much bigger or only grow a few crops. Traditional diversified operations, meaning local fruit and veggie farms that feed their communities, do not have any safety net because the federal government has never adequately created one for them. When disaster strikes, they're on their own. That's why we created this Farm Recovery and Support Block Grant to finally change that. I'm terribly concerned right now with how your department has been making decisions about the rollout of the program so far. And I hope that you'd agree that farmers are not bureaucrats or politicians in Washington should be deciding on which disaster relief programs best meet their needs. I know there's ongoing conversations between state agriculture commissioners and the department, but I'd urge you to listen to the ag commissioners. And I would just ask you to, that, you know, this is not a trick question. I hope, I wish you, will you commit to working with us and our state agriculture commissioners to make sure that we don't leave our small farmers behind, because this is a really big concern in Massachusetts and throughout New England.
Yes, sir, and have had multiple conversations with Congresswoman DeLauro and your ag commissioners. We've met with your state 8 different times on this, and we'll be rolling that out very, very quickly.
Yeah, I think there's a concern based on some of these conversations that the USDA is not quite understanding the uniqueness of some of these smalls in New England, and a lot of them are afraid that they will not qualify for any relief. And again, we passed this in the supplemental bill. We put in the supplemental bill to address the needs of these small farmers.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thanks for joining us, Madam Secretary. Appreciate you being here, and we've got a lot to do.
Yes.
As you know, we have very large and destructive wildfires all over the West, especially in my districts in California. The Paradise Fire, the Dixie Fire, 1 million acres, it's on and on. So we know the overgrowth of fuel and declining forest health due to the overcrowding of the tree population is a big part of that. So where's the overgrowth of fuel come from? Lack of management. What we also have as an issue is unkept roads on federal lands make it basically where you can't even enter, whether private lands or Forest Service roads. We have the problem with these blocked roads. One of the areas I'd highlight or low light is the Mendocino National Forest in Northern California. In the last couple decades, 97% of that unit has burned. Think about that moment. 97% of a given forest has burned in a not that long period of time. So what the issue is they're not maintaining their roads. So therefore, private parties can't get on their land. Forest Service, if they decide they're going to do any work, can't get on the land. And they'll tell us that, well, we don't have enough money in the pot to maintain the roads. But they have the money in the rest of the pots to do other things that they can't do. So maybe they need to move the money from the other pot to getting the roads fixed first so we could even enter the lands. So that's some of the frustration there.
Yes, sir.
Last Congress, we were told in a field hearing that by the Forest Service, we have more money than we've ever had, I think, after some of the spending programs under the Biden administration. Yet in the same sense, say we need more money in order to process a particular sale that is being talked about. So do we have any idea where the money is going to be spent and overall to do catastrophic fire prevention in Forest Service? Do you see much happening there?
Well, 100%. And I was in the Oval Office yesterday with the president talking about this very issue. You'll see something else coming out tomorrow from the White House on this very issue. We are 96% full on our hiring for the fire season, which again is ahead of where Biden was a year ago. So if there's a narrative that, you know, we're not fully funding, it couldn't be more wrong. We already have an 8% plus timber increase in production with a goal of getting to 4 billion acre feet over
Good.
the next few years, which will solve for so much of this. So this president is, I'm very encouraged by his interest in this, and I think we're going to be able to really make some real progress for the
Thank-
first time in 30 years.
Thanks so much. We really, really need it because we're way behind on 193 million acres that Forest Service
Yes.
has into their purview, and that some of these units are proud of a few loads of firewood, not the amount of board food need to be moving. Let
That's
me talk
right.
about specialty crops real quick here too. California, we have lots of almonds, walnuts, prunes, peaches. Many things that are grown in California aren't grown anywhere else in the U.S. Or in any significant number. So I'm really pleased that the market assistant for specialty crops, that you're boosting that significantly, which means a lot for helping move these products, since if we don't grow them in California, we're probably going to have to import them from somewhere.
That's right.
So how's the timeline going for the continued rollout of the mask program?
We are moving very, very quickly. Of course, everything is under review in partnership with the White House, and so we're currently in review phase, but hopefully very soon that second tranche will begin to move, understanding how important this is, especially for the smaller farms, which really reflect the specialty crop industry.
Well, I'm excited for that tranche. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
One final question, thought here. On the north coast, just above the Bay Area, there's this Point Reyes Seashore National Park. I'm pretty sure you're aware of what's going
Yes,
on
sir.
there. We've had long-time, 5 or 6 generation farmers and ranchers there that were approached in about 1960 because the government wanted their land to form a park. They finally struck a deal that hey, we'll sell, after a lot of browbeating and threat of eminent domain. They said, okay, we'll sell you the land, but we would like to lease it back and farm it and ranch it for dairies, beef, and like that. And these are organic growers. These are very responsible growers that are taking care of that land. They've been, over the decades, worn down and finally are being kicked off the land unless folks in the administration can help prevent this from happening. And so I beg you, and working with Secretary Burgum on that, to help preserve these dairies and beef operations, because they actually maintain the land. I've seen talk where that the Park Service, as soon as they've accomplished kicking them off, they're going to have to hire somebody to graze the land like their own manager to graze it anyway. Makes no sense. So we have them drifting out by lawsuit after lawsuit.
Yes, sir.
Because they have to get NEPAs and things. They used to get 20-year leases from the Park Service. The Park Service has got giant issues there. Not completely your bailiwick, but I know you want to support. Thank you for helping with that and for helping make sure agriculture can thrive as these responsible folks are doing.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, just let me say, I have just become very aware of this issue in the last month and am very focused on it. I had a briefing on it yesterday. I would love to talk to you maybe tomorrow and get a full download, as I'd like to get out to California very soon and go meet with them.
Thanks so much. We'd love to have you out.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now recognize Dr. Adams from North Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here. And let me just say how delighted I was to hear about your support for HBCUs. I am HBCU strong. I'm a proud graduate twice of North Carolina A&T State University in 1890.
Yes,
and the
ma'am.
largest public HBCU in the nation. But let me just move on. So I'm happy to hear what you said about that, and we'll look forward to your support. But the House Republicans' budget proposes shifting SNAP benefit and administrative costs to states. I served in the State House in North Carolina for 20 years, so I know the challenges that they have. And so the CBO anticipate that these cuts could lead to states to cut all or some food assistance for 1.3 million Americans due to the cost shift. Is that right? Yes or no?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Well,
You're
that's a
talking
yes
about
or no. That the shifting might cause states to cut all or some food assistance.
Currently under consideration. Well, the partnership and the idea of the states, we spend $400 million a day
what I
at
wanna-
USDA, and that partnership, I think, is really important, and that's what the leadership of this
Okay,
committee led.
let me do this. I've got a series of questions, and they're pretty much yes or no. So are you in support of these unfunded mandates?
I am in support of the most fiscally responsible effort to ensure that we're delivering the right amount of
well,
aid to the people who need it.
Okay, so let me just say that the CBO has confirmed that this is an unfunded mandate. And the states have confirmed it as well as our counties. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record a letter from the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners that speak to that issue. Madam Secretary.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, are you aware of reports from USDA that show that food insecurity has risen 3 years in a row? Yes or no?
Ma'am, we have $42 million on the SNAP program. At this point of employment and unemployment, the last time we had 17 million. So
Okay.
that program has exponentially
Can you
grown.
give me a yes or no? Okay, well, my time is, let me just move on then. Okay, so are you aware that recent USDA reports show that grocery prices are expected to increase by 3.3% this year?
Inflation has gone down for the first time since the last Trump administration was
Okay.
here, so that will
want a
directly
yes or
reflect
no,
on
but
groceries.
I don't suppose I'm going to get one. But anyway, listen, we should not be taking food assistance from families, revenue from our farmers and rural economies and at any time, but especially not as costs are so high and expected to rise further. SNAP is an effective economic stabilizer during downturns, with every dollar generating as high as a $1.80 economic impact during these downturns. So shifting costs to the states removes that economic stabilizing impact, because states will see their tax base decrease substantially at exactly the moment when more spending is most needed. So my next question, it is a yes or no if you can do that. Are you in favor of removing this economic benefit, especially for rural and small town cities and the farmers who benefit from the sale of their produce in these towns?
No one in America should go hungry, so of course I'm in support of programs that are effectively run that fill that gap.
All right, I'm not sure if you're saying yes or no, but anyway, let me just say this. States already, and I've heard so many people talk about the skin in the game, and states do have skin in the game already through the 50-50 administrative cost share and the current monetary penalty that they face for a too high payment error rate. In fact, Pennsylvania was sanctioned $40 million last year for having a high error rate. So let me ask one last question. So with fewer staff, what we have suggested, for example, that we know that there have been cuts, right? So with fewer staff and reduced resources, will the USDA be able to endure timely and effective support for state agencies as they handle complex policy changes, waivers, and investigations into instances of scheming, theft, and technical assistance requests?
To
Yes
this,
or
I
no?
can say yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, giving ongoing unfunded and understaffing in states causing delays in SNAP application processing, is the USDA taking action to help states process applications more quickly? Can you say yes or no, ma'am?
I would need to look into that, but my assumption is yes, that we are doing everything we can to help move that quickly.
Okay, thank you very much. The
Ma'am.
USDA's 1890 scholars.
I'm sorry, ma'am, your
Am I
time
out of
expired.
time? Why
Yes,
why
ma'am.
is the clock still ticking here? Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you,
It's-
Mr. Chair.
all right.
I yield back, and thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's all good, Ms. Adams. Mr. Crawford, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, thank you for being here. I appreciate you joining us today. A lot of important issues, not the least of which is national security for our nation's food supply and our producers. Before the recent news of 2 Chinese nationals smuggling what many believe to be a weapon of agro-terrorism, I had a conversation with DNI Gabbard about getting USDA office opened and staffed with IC personnel to begin working with you and others to address matters like this when they come up, and hopefully before they ever make it to our borders. I know you'll work closely with DNI Gabbard as a matter of national importance. This is a new authority that we tried to get in place under the previous administration. It's actually taken us years to get to this point, so I hope that we'll be aggressive, and these incidents really underscore the need for it.
Agreed. I'll do everything I can. Please feel free to call me if you think there's more I can do.
Absolutely, I appreciate that. Recently, the National Security Commission on Emerging Biotechnology issued a salient report on a multitude of issues facing our ag and biotech sector. And when you think about areas that need the most attention in our country, like our supply chains, specialized subject matter expertise, biosurveillance and bioweapons, and the gaps that exist at USDA, how do you prioritize those personally, and how can we here in Congress help you fill those gaps?
I think it is of utmost importance. You'll hear from USDA in the coming week, in fact, in a coming couple of days, a renewed, elevated, and amplified focus on just that, how we work across this government under Donald Trump to ensure we're addressing all of this at warp speed, aggressively to solve for it. It really is a national security issue, and making sure that people understand what's at stake, I think, is really important.
Well, and I'm glad we had an opportunity to talk about this and make sure that you were aware of that authority that does exist in statute that was not acted on in the previous administration. It is most definitely a priority, as we've seen in the news lately, and we don't want to get caught flat-footed on these incidents of potential bioterrorism, agro-terrorism. Let me shift gears on you just for in the remaining 3 minutes that I have. I'm from Arkansas. You may already know this. I represent the largest rice-growing district in the country. In addition to lots of, soy, corn, wheat, et cetera, rice farmers and rice mills in my district directly benefit from the bulk shipments that are part of the Food for Progress program, PL 480. That ships rice, wheat, other commodities in bulk in international aid. I know the Trump administration has taken a hard look at all foreign aid programs to ensure they are functioning as originally intended, which includes serving as a market for producers. I was pleased to see the McGovern-Dole applications open up a few weeks ago for the 2025 funding. Do you have any timeline when we might see Food for Progress, when that might be announced?
I know we have 14 current active Food for Progress projects going on right now in 17 countries. Yes, you're right. May 9th was the McGovern-Dole announcement. Let me find out the exact date on that, sir, probably during the next question, and I'll respond immediately.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And I don't have any further questions, so I will yield back. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you, sir.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Brown. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Craig. Secretary Rollins, thank you for appearing before the committee today to talk about what's been happening over at USDA for the past 6 months. I want to start by asking you some questions about the Make America Healthy Again movement and the MAHA report that your agency, alongside the Department of Health and Human Services, released last month. Secretary Rollins, did you personally review the MAHA report prior to its publication on May 22nd?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Since you reviewed the report before publication, did you notice the report cited non-existent studies, or that there were a number of missing or broken links, or that the report misrepresented underlying studies? And if so, why did you not ensure they were corrected before the report was published? And if not, do you take responsibility for the work the agency publishes on your behalf without your review?
Those have all been solved, but thank you for the note.
See, what I'm concerned about here is making sure that our children in our country are actually healthier, and I welcome this conversation with my colleagues and the administration. But sound policy actually follows sound science, and right now we're not all working from the same set of facts. So as you move toward the August deadline for the second report, I strongly encourage you to follow the science, not to jump to conclusions, and to rebuild trust by ensuring transparency, accuracy, and meaningfully engaging scientists, agricultural, and nutritional stakeholders. So turning to another area.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Turning to another area of concern, I want to talk about the quarterly agriculture trade report.
Mm-hmm.
Earlier this year, you indicated the report would be released on May 29th. Yet it was ultimately published several days late and without the usual explanatory section. It had been reported that you delayed the report because it showed an increase in the trade deficit in farm goods for later this year. So, Secretary Rollins, why was the report delayed and incomplete? And was the delay related to the report showing a worsening trade deficit in farm goods?
I will look into that and get back to you. It's my understanding that we wanted to make sure it was complete, that the citations were correct, and that the review was done in total. Of course, I've only been on the job 118 days with 100,000 employees and multiples of these reports moving all the time directly out of USDA. But we'll look into that and circle back.
So did your team remove the explanatory text from the report specifically because it attributed to the growing trade deficit to the Trump administration's tariff regime?
It is my understanding that that was not the case, but we'll look into that. I think the president has been very forward-leaning on understanding that we're in some time of uncertainty, but as these trade deals continue to get done, China announced about an hour ago, the UK 2 weeks ago, more coming, that's going to be a really important part of the conversation moving forward. I want to make sure every piece of research we move out is the best cited, et cetera, and so that's a big part of my portfolio right now, is to ensure that.
I'm glad you mentioned uncertainty, because economists, farmers, and others rely on reports like this to track markets and plan for the future. When you start to insert politics into data releases, you harm the reputation of your department and erode the trust the government is trying to produce when it has untainted data. So, Secretary Rollins, will you commit to publishing data and reports that are complete and free from tampering of the underlying data?
We just have to make sure our internal review process is in place, but yes, we will work around the clock to ensure it is the correct data that gets out at the right time to make the most impact for our farmers and ranchers.
I appreciate that. I expect my colleagues and I will continue this conversation because the stakes are simply too high for those who fuel and feed our nation. At a time when chaos reigns from this administration, our farmers deserve certainty and support from Washington, not uncertainty and spin. So thank you.
Thank you,
Ms.
Congresswoman.
Secretary.
I
And with that,
appreciate
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Generally yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Kelly, for 5 minutes.
Madam Secretary, thank you for your time today, and a sincere thank you to President Trump and your team at USDA for putting American farmers back at the heart of our national agriculture policy. Under President Trump's leadership, we no longer focus on empty rhetoric. We're advancing policies that actually deliver real results for producers like mine in Mississippi. And I hope that when you visit Mississippi in the very near future, you will make a chance to go to Mississippi State University, which is our great land-grant university, which also has a great veterinary program and a lot of ag research there. So I hope we're trying to make sure we get you up there. So
I met with your president yesterday.
I know.
Okay, so
he
yes,
told me I
we'll be
better
there.
put that in, or he would not support me anymore.
I have a cowbell to prove it for the record.
I
A very
really
loud one.
appreciate, last year we fought real hard on this committee to get $10 billion to get it to our farmers to keep many of them from going under this year. I really appreciate your rapid response to getting that money out and having policy to make sure that our farmers and the lenders for our farmers can actually lend.
Yes.
There's another $21 billion in economic assistance that is coming through the emergency disaster relief. What are your plans to quickly distribute that money, because we're still in dire need in farm country?
Yeah, that's going to be, well, we've already started moving that. The first $1 billion moved about a week ago into the livestock, through the livestock program. The block grants are moving right now. Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia will be in the next 8 or so weeks. The rest of those we're negotiating with. Of course, the $220 million on the New England states, as our friends on the Democrat side have brought up a couple of times. I'm in constant communication with those ag commissioners. If you see something, though, Congressman, that you don't believe we're moving quickly enough, you're hearing that it's too complicated, please just let me know. We're solving for that every day.
And then I know you've talked plenty about this, but unfortunately I have another secretary in another hearing at the same time, the Secretary of the Navy.
Yes.
But on the screwworm,
Yes.
what are we doing to make sure it is going to devastate? I'm in Mississippi, and especially in South Mississippi, it's rapidly moving. What are we doing to ensure that it does not get to our shores? Because we need to stop it before it gets here, because it will devastate herds if it gets here.
No, there's no doubt. And as you may or may not know, but good for the entire committee to hear, we shut down the ports of entry about 2 to 3 weeks ago, much to the chagrin of my counterpart in Mexico, Secretary Bertigay, and their administration. We had call after call after call of them really asking us to reconsider, but that screwworm had moved from within 1,100 miles of our border to 700 miles of our border within a matter of weeks. As you know, in the 1950s when it hit, it took 30 years for the livestock community to recover from that. I'll have a major announcement next week on the very next step on putting the resources, the time, and the effort into continuing to push it back.
And I really, I always say I represent the 1%ers, the 1% who serve this nation in uniform, and the 1% who feed the world, our farmers. And I truly believe that, because I believe national security is farm security and our ability to produce. That being said, Madam Secretary, I really appreciate you getting after the fraud and abuse in the SNAP programs to kick people off who shouldn't be on there, that are taking away from people who should be, not cutting benefits, but cutting the people who shouldn't be getting to start with. One thing I hope that you will help us on is our H-2A and our H-2B workers are
Yes.
critical to our farms. The process makes it harder than it should be.
Yes.
We get them notice that they're going to get these workers long after they can use them, especially when you're talking about sweet potatoes or planting or harvesting anything. What are you going to do to expedite the process so people who are legally coming here on H-2As or H-2Bs can get here quicker, stay longer, and help our farmers? What are you going to do in that area?
Well, and I'd say the fourth thing is the expense of it, right? I mean, in Texas, the citrus producers who even get the H-2A workers are averaging $23 an hour, and a mile across the border, it's $2 an hour. So that's a big part of it too. But listen, we talked about this a little bit earlier. I talked to the president about this morning, again yesterday. He is acutely aware of the challenges, understanding that the leadership from this committee must continue, that Congress has to move forward on a solution.
Stop
but
real
working
quick,
with Lori Chavez.
because I
and,
have
Christie.
one more comment I want to make.
Yes, sir.
This deal where a guy who drives a pickup truck, and they made a regulation that he drove a pickup truck, so now he's a truck driver and gets a different wage. You need to put a stop to all these stupid regulations we got in the last administration. And with that,
Yes,
I yield
sir.
back.
We're working on it. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman, time.
I'll be in Mississippi soon, for the record.
Gentleman, time's expired. Now recognize the gentlelady from Kansas, Ms. Davids, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you to Secretary Rollins for being here today. The USDA plays a vital role in Kansas and across the country, supporting our rural producers, ensuring affordable food, and protecting the safety of our food systems. Americans rely on USDA every single day, whether they realize it or not. When they fill their grocery carts, when they grab milk from the fridge, or drive past farmland that feeds their communities. And this is why I'm deeply alarmed by what I consider to be reckless and unjust firings carried out by DOJ and the ripple effects that we are seeing in our communities. Because these firings don't just affect federal workers, they threaten food safety, they stall critical research at places like Kansas State University, and they leave farmers and ranchers without the support that they depend on. Now, we can't talk about shared values of improving government efficiency while simultaneously pulling the rug out from the very people who keep our food supply running. You can't eliminate good-paying, skilled jobs in Kansas City at the same time that our producers are already facing droughts, volatile markets from reckless tariffs, and rising costs. And this is not just a policy issue, it's very personal to the folks at home. The Kansas City Metro is home to about 30,000 federal workers, including many of the USDA's Economic Research Service and National Institute of Food and Agriculture. These are neighbors, their families, friends, and certainly they deserve better than chaos. Meanwhile, we're seeing new emerging threats. We have already discussed today a bit about the New World screwworm, which poses a serious risk to Kansas livestock and even to human health. Mm-hmm. And I'm very proud to co-sponsor the bipartisan Stop Screwworms Act, because we definitely need to be proactive on this. And at the same time, I am deeply concerned about the USDA staffing cuts at the National Bio and Agro Defense Facility in Manhattan, Kansas. It's the nation's first biosafety level 4 lab for livestock. It was built to protect us from the worst animal diseases. And I understand that 28 employees were fired on a single day. Then later, some of those firings were walked back. A similar situation unfolded at the Food Safety and Inspection Service. That kind of instability certainly shakes the foundation of the USDA's mission and puts our food supply, our economy, and the public trust at risk. So, Secretary Rollins, I'm curious, were the firings a clerical mistake, or did someone have second thoughts about the initial decision to fire these specific people at the National Bio-Agro Defense facility?
Well, there was a lot there, but let me answer that last question first. There were no firings. There was a probation period. They were all brought back. I worked with the senators from your state to ensure that was the case. So if you are hearing differently, will you please let our office know? But it is my understanding that all of that was unfrozen almost immediately and put back into place.
So I guess the concern is that we've heard about the New World screwworm already.
Right.
During that time, I think the bird flu was one of the bigger concerns that was being kind of mainstream talked about, spreading throughout the country. There are other potential animal diseases. How could the National Bio and Agro Defense Facility, or even like our Food Safety and Inspection Service, even be part of the chopping block in the first place? Was there not any discussion about how those decisions were going to be made? The fact that people were at the facility on one day, told to leave and then told to come back, is, especially at these specific facilities that are meant to protect us from some of the worst animal diseases that could spread to humans. I'm just curious how that even happened.
It clearly was an imperfect process, but one that we moved to rectify within hours, if not days. One thing I want to make sure you understand, though, is when President Trump, when we left in the first administration, USDA had about 90,000 employees. When we came back 4 years later, we had 112,000 employees. So working again to realign and refocus and understanding what the priorities are, there is no question that the priority of whether New World screwworm or HPAI, keeping our food supply safe and secure for the world, ensuring our farmers are put first, continues to be a priority, and my commitment is to ensure that is so. So if you are hearing anything differently, please reach out to me directly, and we will work to rectify it as we've been doing.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank the gentlelady. She yields back. Now recognize Dr. Baird for 5 minutes. I think check your microphone there, Jim.
I thought it, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. Secretary Rollins, we really appreciate you being here. It's exciting. It's really exciting to see the things you're doing for agriculture.
Thank you.
And I want to tell you, too, it was great to see you yesterday, and thank you for allowing me to be with Secretary Kennedy, you, and Governor Braun from Indiana, and Governor Huckabee Sanders from Arkansas. So I really feel the work that you're doing, and I appreciate the hard work you're doing to make America healthy again. But in order to get to the questions that I'm interested in, one of the areas that I'm going to start with, and it was mentioned yesterday, later this month, your department will publish the fiscal year 24 SNAP payment error rates.
Mm-hmm.
And I know for 23, $13 billion in SNAP payments went out the door erroneously. In fact, 1 in every $10 in SNAP that year was in an overpayment. So it's unacceptable to this body and to the taxpayers, and this behavior should not continue. So I would like to have what you are doing and what you can do to help alleviate this kind of behavior.
Yeah, it was great to have you in my office at USDA as well. I would like to invite anyone, Republican and Democrat, to come visit anytime. I think that the error rate, you say 1 in $10, that's what we know of. We think it's probably much higher than that. That is why these efforts are so important. We just have had, I think, 3 stings in just the last couple of weeks, counting for tens of millions of dollars, working in concert with the Secret Service and other key investigative agencies, including our team at USDA. We will not stop until this is rooted out. But I think it goes to the bigger question, and that is when, again, the last time we had 42 million people, or the last time we had this unemployment number in America, which is low, the last time we had 17 million people on SNAP. Today, with the same unemployment number, we have 42 million people on SNAP. So the exponential growth of this program, especially over the last 4 years, a 40% increase in the last 4 years, is going to bring with it the fraud and the waste and the abuse that we have got to counter. So look forward to working with you, continuing to work across the U.S. government to root that out.
Well, thank you for that effort. And then my other area goes to another area that is of interest to me in agriculture, and that's agricultural biotechnology. And in that, I include this artificial intelligence as well as quantum computing. But nonetheless, that's really the forefront of innovation. It enables farmers and ranchers to produce more using less resources. The USDA, through the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service, Biotechnology Regulatory Service, plays a key role in enabling the innovation to come to market. So how do we see USDA, how do you feel about helping get this kind of innovation quickly to our farmers and producers?
There is no group of people that have been more innovative than our farmers and ranchers over 249 years. None. And as we have gone and seen this firsthand, from basically feeding ourselves to now feeding the world, we should be so proud and continue to work so hard to lift up and to elevate these incredible men and women. There is no doubt, and what I've seen firsthand in terms of the innovation in agriculture is absolutely mind-blowing. So we will continue to work and find partners in that across the country, and to ensure that our farmers and ranchers have everything they need to continue to be the leaders in agriculture around the world.
Thank you very much for that perspective and that answer. And you know, I share the view that you have. Agriculture is the foundation of this country, and it has been from its very beginning, the 249 years you mentioned. So I really appreciate your perspective and your work in the agricultural arena.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman yields back. Please recognize the gentlelady from Oregon, Congresswoman Salinas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Thompson, and thank you, Ranking Member Craig, and thank you, Secretary Rollins, for being here today. Madam Secretary, food banks across the country are responding to consistently increasing demand, and Oregon is no exception. Right now, 1 in 8 Oregonians, and even more troubling, 1 in 6 children, are experiencing food insecurity. Last year alone, visits to Oregon food bank sites surged to a record 2.5 million. This was a 31% increase over the previous year. Despite this overwhelming need, USDA recently canceled $500 million in funding to the Emergency Food Assistance Program, or TFAP. That decision led to the cancellation of about 30 full truckloads of food meant to be distributed across our state. I recently introduced a piece of legislation, the Farmers Feeding America Act, to provide a significant increase to TFAP. And as the title implies, it's critical to remember that federal nutrition programs also benefit our agricultural sector by providing additional revenue streams that they may not otherwise be able to attain from producers. So this is, or was, true of the local food purchase assistance program and the local food for schools and childcare programs as well, just as it is for SNAP. These are very simple questions, just require a yes or no answer. First, do you acknowledge that the demand at food banks is increasing year over year, or at least it did over last year?
I haven't seen the numbers, but I will take you at your word.
Okay, thank you. And then do you agree that federal nutrition programs provide an important stream of revenue for America's farmers?
When executed correctly, yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, I appreciate your acknowledgement of these basic realities. I am puzzled, though, why this administration and my Republican colleagues still seek to cancel and defund these programs despite understanding the critical needs for both those who are hungry as well as for our agricultural sector. But again, I do thank you. So we've heard a great deal from this administration about mass deportation plans and workplace immigration raids, and we're already seeing the chaos these actions cause across the country. These operations have swept up not only undocumented individuals, but also legal residents, work visa holders, and even some U.S. citizens. There have been well-documented cases of individuals with legal protections being wrongly detained or deported, sowing fear throughout farm worker and immigrant communities, including those in Oregon. As a Senate Agriculture Committee hearing, the president of the American Farm Bureau, Zippy Duvall, warned that these mass deportation plans could put farms out of business and disrupt the food supply at a scale comparable to what we saw during the COVID-19 pandemic. Similarly, this committee also held a hearing earlier this year on the state of the economy, and I asked the witnesses, most of which were called to testify by the majority, whether they thought mass deportations would have the same impact that Mr. Duvall outlined, and they agreed. In Oregon, we know how real this threat is. Our state's agricultural sector, from berries to nursery crops to wineries, relies heavily on immigrant labor. And in fact, approximately 73% of Oregon's crop farm workers, the workers who actually pick crops, are foreign-born, which mirrors the national average. Further, almost half of these workers are undocumented, which is also close to the national average. Without these workers, Oregon's farms and farms across this nation simply cannot function. So given these realities, do you agree with the assessment by Mr. Duval and the witnesses who testified before this committee that mass deportations could upend America's agricultural sector?
The president himself, in a cabinet meeting, discussed this. I talked to him about it this morning. There is a recognition that there has to be a balance. He remains committed to ensuring that no laws are broken, but while realizing that our agriculture community, specifically our dairy farmers, a lot of our row croppers, our specialty crops, there is a massive labor issue that we have to work to solve in partnership with Congress.
Thank you. All right. The Rural Energy for America program, commonly known as REAP, offers grants and loan guarantees to farmers, ranchers, and rural small businesses for energy efficiency improvements and renewable energy systems. Since its inception in the Bipartisan Farm Bill in 2008, REAP has provided grants and loans that have helped more than 21,000 farms and 32,710 rural small businesses. I've personally toured multiple operations in my district that have benefited from this program. Unfortunately, these beneficiaries, like Oregon Flowers, Inc. in Aurora, Oregon, reported that they saw their REAP grant funding delayed as part of this administration's ill-advised funding freeze. Fortunately, I have heard that Oregon Flowers grant has been unfrozen, as have those for other recipients in the district. Given I've seen the impact of these projects in my districts, I do have a couple of questions. I know Ranking Member Craig and her Senate counterpart sent you a letter asking for an update on REAP funds at the end of April, but you have yet to respond. Are any REAP grants still unfrozen, or frozen, excuse me?
I am proud to say I think we're completely caught up in all the letters, which is sort of unprecedented. So that should be solved for. There should be a letter on their desks, at least as of last night.
All right.
So it may be late. But yes, we have fully unfrozen all of those programs. Again, in a commitment to the American taxpayer to understand the efficiency, the efficacy of all of these programs. We undertook, a lot of review, but it is important, and those are important to local communities, and worked with some of the leaders in your state specifically. I remember some phone calls, and found them to be very valid.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Now recognize the gentleman from Nebraska. Mr.
Thank you,
Bacon,
Chairman.
for 5 minutes.
I'm an equal opportunity critic of Secretary Rollins, as people maybe share, but I want to commend you. You've done a great job today. I think you're doing a great job as Secretary. I think the administration made a great choice in you for Secretary of Agriculture. The first question I want to ask is, it's not your doing, the problem, but you can have a hand in helping us here. Canada is Nebraska's largest trading partner. It's a cornerstone of our agriculture economy. And we have this agreement, USMCA, that the president negotiated in his first term. They were in compliance. And then we talk about tariffs with dairy, but that was written into the USMCA deal. And then they gave us tariffs on wood. It was meant to be equal. But the tariffs are hurting us with Canada. Also, the talk of the 51st state from the administration has angered so many Canadians. And I hear from our business leaders in Omaha that they're losing business from Canada. They're saying, hey, we don't want to do business with you right now. So we're paying for this, at least in Nebraska. I'm sure other states as well. I hope you can help. Hope you got a timeline that maybe we can get an agreement so we get trade back going, and we need to repair this relationship that's important to not just Nebraska, all of the United States. I yield.
Well, sir, I appreciate that. Clearly, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, it is an uncertain time. Our farmers and producers are the most affected by the uncertainty. Remarkably, they have remained very committed. In fact, the latest poll shows that the community is actually higher in support today than they were even before what we call Liberation Day, when the president enacted the reciprocal tariffs. Having said that, I hear you. If you would send specific examples, I think that would really help me fully understand, as these conversations are ongoing and I am at the table.
So, really, I talked to business leaders in Omaha. We have Fortune 500 companies. Canadians are calling them saying, we don't want to do business with you right now. But I don't really understand the reason for tariffs on Canada to begin with when they've been in compliance with an agreement that was negotiated by this president. It just, for many of us, it doesn't make sense. But I want to go to question number 2. You and I spoke on the phone, and I really appreciate you taking my call, talking about regarding staffing and funding cuts with the U.S. Meat Animal Research Center in Nebraska. Do you have any update on efforts to restore these critical research positions and sustainable funding?
I don't right in front of me, but I will before we conclude today. So we'll get right back to you.
I'm grateful. It's important to us, and we got some great universities trying to work with you.
Yes, thank you.
You've already addressed my third question, but I just want to say thanks for your candor on the Make America Healthy Again and the impacts on farmers. I appreciate your feedback and your candor. My final question is this. On the March 20th, the USDA's Agriculture Research Service distributed a directive restricting the use of more than 100 terms in evaluation agreements. Among these prohibited were ethanol, sustainable aviation fuel, water conservation, and groundwater pollution. All these things are important in Nebraska. Why do we do that? Because a lot of these research areas are important to the Midwest. And can you provide an update or a rationale?
Yeah, of course. That was fixed almost immediately.
Okay, good.
So unless you hear differently, we have not heard any other issues with that. We solved for that right away.
Okay, thank you so much. Those are my 4 questions. I'll give
Thank
you
you,
back a minute
Congressman.
40.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from Hawaii, Representative Takuda, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to follow up on your response to Ranking Member Craig. The USDA did in fact fire nearly 6,000 probationary employees as part of a government-wide reduction in force. This was in addition to the deferred resignations that were received. The courts did in fact force you to reinstate these employees. Do you agree with the court's decision then and regret your initial decision to doge 6,000 of your employees? Just a simple yes or no, please.
I believe that was before I was sworn in, but we
So
are
this was not,
undertaking
do you
every...
believe that the administration regrets a decision then to doge
Well, I'm not going to talk for the
6,000
entire
employees?
administration. I think the effort to ensure that every tax
Okay,
dollar is
one-
spent
okay,
is
I
a
wanna
really
move on because
worthy
I have a
effort,
lot of
even if it's
questions.
imperfect.
If the courts had not stopped your administration, would you have stood by the firings and would you have pushed for more firings?
If you and I had had the discussion, you would know that I have been so open to these discussions, no matter Republican or Democrat, in ensuring that we're doing everything we need to do to basically effectuate the USDA's mission.
Okay.
So I don't want to speculate
All right,
in
well, I will just say
hypotheticals,
that there
but-
were 6,000 firings, of which the courts did have to then make you reverse the decision, and I'm curious as to how much were actually brought back, but I do want to move on this line. In April, Secretary Rollins, you stated that the USDA will be optimizing and reducing the size of the workforce to become more efficient. USDA employees have been told the goal is to cut back the workforce to fiscal 2019 levels, which would lead to a reduction of around 23% of the agency's workforce. Is this still your goal to get to FY19 staffing levels, yes or no?
Is this not unbelievable, though, to you that
Just a
USDA under
simple
your
yes or
administration
no
increased
answer, please. I have a number of
25% by
questions, Mr. Chair, if you
20,000
can ask the witness to
people?
answer. Okay,
I
so
don't-
I'm going to
I
assume
mean-
your answer is yes, that is in fact still your cut goal. If not, please submit it for you. Now, the 15,000 who took the deferred resignation is less than 15%. So even as we're trying to recruit people back, and we have seen this recently because we are vacant in certain areas we need, are you still trying to cut by 23%? Yes or no? I have a feeling
We
you're
are
not gonna
working
answer
every
this.
day on behalf of the American people to put farmers first and make sure these programs are done
Farmers
with the
need
utmost
people to
integrity.
help them answer the questions they have and provide the
They
technical
don't need
assistance
25,000
they
new
need.
employees based on a crazy
Do you
infusion
think-
of spending
okay,
from
here's
the
a
last
simple question
administration,
for
and
you
the
then.
American people agree with
Do you
that.
feel you're adequately staffed to meet your mission?
We
Yes
are
or no?
adequately staffed to meet our mission.
Okay, well then this is a question I think you need to talk to farmers about as to whether or not they think they've got staffing at USDA to actually support the programs they need. Secretary Rollins, you're from Texas, which currently leads the nation in rates of food insecurity and hunger. In Dallas-Fort Worth, the metropolitan area encompassing where you live, childhood hunger, food insecurity rates are at 20.9%. 1 in 5 children go to bed hungry. You've been an advisor to Governor Rick Perry, cutting the local food purchase assistance and local
was 20
food
years ago.
for schools funding. I agree, but you have instinct and knowledge of what it's like to have to take care of a state. You cut LFP and LFS by $1 billion. Central Texas lost 40 loads of food within weeks of the decision. That's 913,000 pounds of food, or 716,000 meals. You also cut TFAP by $500 million. Texas is a top recipient of all of these particular funds, and with the combined cuts, the Houston Food Bank alone lost about 15% of their funding from these cuts. That's $11 million, or 500 tractor-trailer loads of food. My question is, just even thinking about Texas, because you have an intimate knowledge and understanding of this area, do you think Texan children and families don't need these meals?
I think that a wholesale review of all of these programs is necessary.
But
I don't know
while
if you
we
heard,
review
but
it,
the
are
last
people
time we had this
hungry?
number
6
of
containers of
unemployment,
protein and
we had
food
17
were
million
turned
people
away
on the
from
SNAP
Hawaii.
program. Today we have 42 million. We spend
Are you
$400
then-
million a day.
Secretary, are you
$400
then
million
saying that the
a
food
day
you cut
on
was
nutrition
not
programs.
needed by the people who were going to eat them? It's a simple question.
Texas has half the poverty of California by having lower taxes and less government programs. We are moving people into real jobs and real prosperity
You are then
at a
implying
rate
that
that
the
states
people who are
that don't
receiving
move
those
forward
food,
with freedom
again,
have.
these are redundant.
So I will not let you denigrate my state that has become the model in the country for the American dream, for prosperity,
Your state
for good
is
jobs,
leading
for
the
good health
country
care,
in hunger
etc.
and food
Thank you.
insecurity right now. And we are talking about the fact that your state alone has lost tens of millions, if not more, dollars worth of funding under your lead of this particular department.
$400 million
And it's
a day should be
question
plenty
you must
to
ask
support
yourself,
these
for every
programs.
dollar you cut, who goes hungry throughout this country? Thank you, Mr.
In
Chair. I yield
America,
back.
there will not be a hungry child.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Miller, for 5 minutes.
Hello.
Hello, Secretary Rollins. It's a pleasure to have you join us today, and I'm looking forward to working with you and President Trump in making American farmers great again. As you are well aware, we are seeing taxpayer-subsidized Chinese solar covering some of the best farm ground in the world, Class A and Class B farm ground. I was proud to reintroduce the No Solar Panels on Fertile Farmland Act of 2025, this Congress, which bans taxpayer funding for solar panels, especially those made in China, from being installed on America's fertile farm ground. I want to publicly applaud your leadership in taking action to stop Chinese Communist Party from buying up American farmland. Hostile foreign powers should never be allowed to control critical American assets like our food production. Recently, organizations like the Bezos Earth Fund have spent millions of dollars to paint the livestock and agriculture industries as drivers of climate change. These grants have sparked significant concerns among cattle producers because foreign countries who seek to undermine the integrity of the Angus breed and our beef industry often target cattle as major environmental culprits. But I know we are in good hands with you as our secretary. Secretary Rollins, what measures is the USDA taking to ensure that fertile farmland remains dedicated to food production and isn't repurposed for large-scale renewable energy projects?
Well, first of all, thank you, Congresswoman. Can I note that 3 of my 4 kids just arrived? Jake Rollins, Anna Rollins, and Lily Rollins, part of the government process here, and what a joy to have them.
That's great.
Yes. So you and I have discussed this a lot. Your leadership on the solar panels and on the Chinese threat is so appreciated and so inspiring. We rolled out our small family farm initiative about 3 weeks ago. The solar panel piece of that is part of it. We're actually moving regs through our system right now. So hopefully, in partnership with you and with this Congress as we move this forward, I've spoken with the President about it specifically. He too is very interested in it. Regarding the Angus beef, I'd love more information on that. This is the first time I've actually heard of that, but remain acutely aware of the threats at stake and what we need to do to begin to solve for that. Have been in a lot of meetings about that at the White House.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to say the solar and wind is not only taxpayer-subsidized Chinese energy, but it's unreliable and it is increasingly unaffordable. And by covering rural America with it, they are driving people out of rural America and ruining our beautiful landscape. And we know President Trump loves beautiful things. So.
Yes, he does. That's exactly right.
Given the concerns about foreign entities acquiring U.S. farmland, how is the USDA collaborating with other agencies to monitor and regulate such transactions, especially those involving nations hostile to the U.S.?
We have 400,000 acres of farmland in the last decade that has been purchased by the CCCP. 400,000. This happened without much, because I don't think we knew it was happening. Now that we realize what a significant problem it is, we are working across the federal government. I was again in a meeting just yesterday about this issue, and we'll continue to build out the plan to ensure that we are addressing this extreme threat to not only our farmland and our American way of life, but to our national security.
Thank you. And in light of the significant spending by Bezos Earth Fund and other similar groups, what is USDA doing to ensure federal dollars are not being spent to push this radical anti-agriculture ideology?
Yeah, we are, obviously, we've been talking about this for the last few hours, but every single dollar we're spending is under review to ensure that it is being spent with the taxpayers in mind, with the president's vision in mind, and what he was elected to do last November. And we're making a lot of progress. But having said that, and I ask this on both sides of the aisle, anything that you see or hear differently, please let me know. We're not going to be able to do this alone with just our staff.
Thank you. I'm so grateful for you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
Gentlelady yields back. Now, please recognize Mr. Vindman for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Secretary Rollins, for testifying today. Do you support farmers? Sure.
Of course, yes.
And how about the families that go to grocery stores? Do you support them as well?
I do. I have 4 children. 3 of them are here who eat groceries too.
Wonderful. Glad to see them. Let's talk about the trade war. Yes or no, are you aware that farmers need inputs that we typically import to grow the crops?
Which input? Yes, in general, but which one specifically are you talking about?
Oh, just in general, I'm talking about it, and yes is the right answer. Yes or no, will higher costs of inputs force farmers to increase prices for their goods, resulting in higher costs for families at the grocery store?
Mr. Vindman, under the last administration, inputs went up 30% here in America. So that's the bigger question, not the trade
We're not
war.
talking about the previous administration. We're talking about this administration.
Well, but that's really important. I mean, that's 100 days versus 4 years. That's a 30% increase in inputs under the Biden administration, a $50 billion trade deficit
Madam
that wasn't
Secretary,
there
I'm aware of
when the
that, but
first
I'm
Trump
asking you
administration left. I mean, if you want to talk about the driving
reclaiming
cost
my
of
time.
groceries, that's where that's coming
Reclaiming
from.
my time.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
So, yes or no, will higher costs of inputs force farmers to increase their prices?
Yes, as evidenced under the Biden administration.
I'm glad you agree, and I'd like to submit for the record an article titled, "How Tariffs on Steel and Aluminum Could Show Up on Your Grocery Store Bill."
Without objection.
Trump doubled tariffs on steel and aluminum, and so the cost can go up to 10% more. How much is the SNAP benefit per person per day?
$6 is, I believe, the latest number.
Actually, it's $6.20, which when you're talking about $6, that 20 cents actually is meaningful.
Agreed.
Yes or no, do you think food being more expensive makes life more difficult for families on SNAP?
Well, I think that's right. That's exactly the president's bringing it down. I mean, we have a lower inflation than we've had since the last
Madam
time Trump was
Secretary,
here.
actually-
The cost of eggs went up 237% under
Secretary,
Joe Biden. They're down 65%
reclaiming
now.
my
So
time.
I don't know if this is the right discussion you want to have, but clearly we're
reclaiming my
solving
time.
for that. Okay.
So we just discussed tariffs and the fact that tariffs, and we already have this article that I've entered into the record, are going to increase the costs. So SNAP, the food being more expensive makes life more difficult. We already agreed to that. And in only the first 6 months, it sounds like this administration is heading in the opposite direction with the tariffs, and your administration is pushing a bill that would tighten people's SNAP benefits even more. Are you aware that SNAP recipients shop at the same grocery stores as every other American?
I am aware that we all use the same grocery stores, yes. I do believe there is a food desert out there in some of rural America that we're working
And I
to solve.
agree with that as well, given
Yes.
that I have significant rural parts of my district. Yes or no, do you know that in rural counties, retailers that have SNAP shoppers will lose income if those folks lose their benefits?
Well, again, 42 million versus 17 million the last time we were at this unemployment number, so.
It's a straightforward, simple question, Secretary. If, in rural counties, if retailers lose SNAP shoppers, will they lose income for these folks?
Just yesterday, we signed 3 more SNAP waivers. Of the $111 billion we spend every year on SNAP, $27 billion is on sugary drinks and junk food.
All
We
right.
are reforming the SNAP program to allow more nutritious foods.
Reclaiming my time. I'm sorry, I
Please.
only have 5 minutes, so I need to move through
Well,
this.
hopefully I have a chance to
But-
answer the questions, but I understand.
Yes or no, do you know that 27,000 retailers in rural areas might have to shut down if SNAP benefits are cut, creating even bigger food deserts? The deserts that you just referenced in farm country?
Clearly that will not be happening as we continue to move away from processed foods and sugary drinks to a more nutritious menu
Madam
for all of our
Secretary,
recipients.
that sounds like a no, that maybe you don't know that.
We spend
So I'd like to-
$400 million a day,
Reclaiming my
sir,
time.
on these programs. $400 million
Reclaiming my
a
time.
day.
So I'd like to submit for the record an article titled "SNAP Cuts Are Likely to Harm More Than 27,000 Retailers Nationwide" from the Center for American Progress. Secretary Rollins, did you know, or did you or did you not say?
Without objection.
Thank you. That the state of the ag economy is perhaps the worst it's been in 100 years?
The state of the ag economy is indeed under a massive challenge, but 30% input costs from the Biden administration, a $50 billion
Madam Secretary,
trade deficit that was not there. That is the
sounds
reason
like
for
a
the farm
yes.
economy.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you. I yield
Thank
back.
you.
Now recognize the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you, Secretary Rollins, for being here today. I'm so impressed with what you've done in the first several months of being in your administration. I just think that you're delivering on Trump's America First farming agenda, and that is so important. I mean, promises made, promises kept by his administration, and you're taking full advantage of what's happening there
Thank
for our
you.
families and our communities. I want to talk about, you came to Iowa, thank you very much.
I did. It was wonderful.
I have the second largest ag district in the country, and you probably saw that we are very involved in biofuels, ethanol and biodiesel. And I would just love to ask, where do you see that going, and how can we continue to make sure ethanol and biodiesel is successful as we move forward? And what can USDA do in those arenas to make sure that we protect our farming community and create those markets for our farmers?
Yeah, I had such a great day in Iowa, and I mean, that part of the country is just so special. I had a little comment coming from behind. And it was really encouraging. I will note that this president has been, again, resolute in his support of the industry. But one thing I want to note, and Mr. Vindman brought up the trade war, but trade recalibration / discussion. But the UK deal, the first deal that was just struck 3 weeks ago in the Oval Office, ethanol went to a 0% tariff under
that's
that
huge.
deal. 3 days later, I was in the UK talking to the leaders there. They were so surprised, first of all, to have the Secretary of Ag there because they hadn't seen one in a long time. But secondly, the idea that we can move our ethanol around the world in an unprecedented way is so tremendously helpful to our farmers in the parts of the country that rely on that. So I think the future could not be brighter, sir, for your constituents in that part of the country. And I'm really proud of that.
Yeah, thank you. I am really proud of it too, and where this is going to go and how it's going to grow. I do want to talk a little bit about SNAP benefits because I want you to answer the question, which is wonderful. I mean, what we're trying to do is simply reduce fraud, waste, and abuse, and error rates. And some of these states that have massive error rates, they don't care. Literally don't care. And that is wrong.
We can't even get the data.
Right, and we can't even get the data. I mean, it's shameful. And that's the story that's never talked about.
That's right.
And I just want to say, what we're doing in the Ag Committee is just simple. It's just saying, hey, we want to protect the program and reduce ag fraud and abuse.
That's exactly right. And again, I can't overstate the amount of money, of taxpayer dollars, that was just willy-nilly thrown into the wind in the last administration. It is stunning. And I don't say that as a political stunt. I'm not trying to get in a back and forth with the Democrats on this, but it is absolutely astounding without really any regard to the taxpayer and how their money is being spent and ensuring that these programs are meeting and reaching the people that really need them. And so that's what we're working to do.
And thank you for that. I really appreciate that. And we just got to get these error rates under control. We absolutely have to. It's fiscal responsibility to the taxpayers. The taxpayers are the ones that are funding all this. Just want to talk one more moment. On our export markets, we look at corn and soybeans and things like, things that, that go bump in the night on the pricing, commodity prices and stuff like that. What can we do to open more markets? You just talked about the UK. Thank you very much. Where do you see other markets providing more market access to some of these commodities?
I've been so far to UK and Italy, talked about those countries, but also the EU. And 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I'm headed to Vietnam, Japan, and India. After that, I'm headed to Peru and Brazil. I have been really surprised, but in the best way, at how excited these countries are for us to be there on the ground, how they understand that the 15% average tariff put on our American agriculture products versus the on average 5% that we put on their products. They understand that is not sustainable, that we've got to do better in putting our American products forward. As I mentioned, Italy imports $75 billion in ag products every year. Only 1.7 billion of that is from America. This is one of our best partners, more aligned with our values than most any other country. So just being on the road, working around the clock, sending the teams out into the world, the president being the chief negotiator, not allowing Americans to take a back seat ever again. This is going to be a game changer.
Yeah. Well, I just want to say thank you, Secretary, and I also want to say thank you. I had the largest bird outbreak of avian bird flu in my district, in the 4th district. It was awful, but you stepped right up and you got it done. Thank you so much. And finally, you have to come to the Iowa State Fair and do the governor's steer show. I hope you're there. Thank you.
I will be there. She and I are going to show steers against each other. Yes.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
And now recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Budzinski, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do want to thank our ranking member, Craig. Secretary Rollins, thank you for taking time to appear before the committee today. My district in central and southern Illinois is home to some of the nation's most productive farmland, with some of the top corns and soybean producing counties in the country, as well as a wide variety of specialty crops. It's also home to facilities for some big names in agricultural industry, ADM, Primient, Kraft, Tillamook. They just opened a factory in Decatur, plants like Corteva, Bayer, Nutrien, and a lot more. And of course, it is home to a tremendous amount of agricultural research. At my alma mater, at the University of Illinois, but also Southern Illinois University in Edwardsville, and many great community colleges throughout my district. So I'm sure you can understand why I am so thrilled to serve on this committee, because the work we do here and the work done at USDA matters so much to the district that I represent. Madam Secretary, can you tell me, do you agree that the primary function of the USDA is to serve farmers in our rural communities? Just yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Madam Secretary, I do have some concerns about the way things have been going just over these last 6 months. Just to start, the President's budget for USDA was abysmal, in my opinion. It kneecaps agricultural research, threatens American dominance in international development, forces women, infants, and children to go hungry, and decimates NRCS. Just last week in this committee, we heard directly from farmers about the importance and success of conservation programs for their operations. The idea that we would take away opportunities to improve farmers' livelihoods and to completely eliminate conservation technical assistance, which farmers have told this committee directly that they rely on, I think is ridiculous. I urge you to be thoughtful about the impacts of the suggestions you have made. These are not inconsequential programs. There is no backstop. Please consider the farmers that you do claim to serve. I also want to bring to your attention some changes that have been made that have serious issues within my district. The elimination of the local food purchase assistance and the local foods for schools programs they both were incredibly important, and it is distressing to my community that they've been eliminated, and across Illinois as well, sharing that concern. This program was an incredible opportunity to connect farmers with their neighbors in need, as well as local small businesses. I'm lucky to have a great relationship with Sola Gradia Farm in Urbana, a vegetable and fruit operation whose primary goal is to provide food to local residents, particularly for vulnerable populations. LFPA helped them accomplish this goal. They also were connected to local small businesses through LFPA, like Martinelli's Market in Champaign, Illinois. And Martinelli's is also dealing with the administration's tariffs, driving up the prices of their ingredients. So the rug was pulled out from under them when USDA canceled the LFPA contracts which helped them to buy locally and feed our communities. Now tariffs are driving up Martinelli's overall prices, and Solo Gratia lost its purchasers. This is just an example of the many concerns I have for my district, but I want to use my time to draw your attention
Can I respond to any of that?
to an opportunity. Let me get through my points,
Okay.
and if we have time, then I welcome your comments.
Okay.
Attention to an opportunity. This is an opportunity, I think, that could be at USDA.
Love
With-
opportunities.
With this administration, yes. So with this administration shuttering of USDA, USAID, I mean, Feed the Future labs across the country have closed, with the exception of one at Kansas State University, the Climate Resilient Cereals Lab. One lab that was impacted and therefore closed was in my district. The Soybean Innovation Lab, or SIL, at the University of Illinois, has been conducting critical research for over 12 years on new varieties of soybeans. This research not only supports developing nations, but it supports domestic growers. Development of soybean genetics in the United States helps us to maintain our global dominance in the soy market, which is critical for the farmers in the heartland. It also introduces brand new international markets to American products, which I know is a mission of this administration. I understand that the majority of USAID activity has been moved to the State Department, including programming for the Feed Our Future lab at Kansas State. Madam Secretary, I ask you to please look into the importance of the Soybean Innovation Lab for American agriculture. Is that something that you would be willing to take a look at?
Yes, I'd be very willing to do that and follow up. for
That would be
conversation.
wonderful.
Yeah,
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here. We've had the occasion to meet briefly on a couple of occasions. I'm
There you
over
are.
here. Yep.
Thank you.
And I appreciate your work. USDA is near and dear to me. During Bush 43, I was a SES political appointee over at USDA Rural Development.
Yeah.
I have great appreciation for the variety of missions of the department, and appreciate your service. First, I want to begin by thanking you for your work with the North Carolina Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services on their state block grant application for losses from Hurricane Helene. Obviously a very, very devastating storm. And as you know, this devastation was far beyond just crop loss, affecting a broad range of our more than $111 billion agriculture economy, including timber, infrastructure, agritourism, and aquaculture losses. And now it's in my understanding that our staffs have been communicating, and I know you're working really, really closely with the state to address these issues, and just really appreciate your work in that regard. If you want to provide a little update on that.
Yeah, we have been in close contact with your state and the leaders in your state. I visited North Carolina, one of the first states I went to. I think we've had 5 formal meetings, but almost daily conversations. Those funds are close to contract and should be released very soon.
And you may have mentioned this while I was out at another committee meeting, and so my apologies if it's redundant. North Carolina is third most agriculturally diverse state in the country, and so we have a lot of specialty crops. If you can touch base or just bring us up to date real quickly on the marketing assistance specialty crop rollout for economic assistance for specialty crops, I'd be most interested in that.
That's as you may remember, that's a significant investment on our end at USDA, about $2.65 billion. We have announced those are moving, but still under review. It's a significant number that we're working with our partners over at the White House on. But there will be, the first tranche is moved, the second tranche is shortly behind. But I don't have a specific date in front of me. But we'll reply back to your office and make sure you're fully aware of that.
Thank you very much. One other quick item: the H-2A program. I know the chairman made reference to this in his opening statement. I can't stress enough how critical it is to have a good workable program, and that A-word, the adverse effect wage rate, is a real issue for our growers. In fact, we had a bipartisan working group that the chairman put together. We had a whole list of areas of unanimity between Republicans and Democrats, and one of them was the need to freeze that AWR. We've got a great Secretary of Labor in place, and I remember during the first Trump administration, there were a variety of departments that were working together to make some good reforms administratively to the H-2A program. So I just want to underscore just how important that is and give you an opportunity to talk about that just a minute if you can.
Yeah, I am fully aware. In fact, in Texas, I went and visited some citrus growers in South Texas, and we could look across the border where the average hourly rate was $2 in Mexico to produce the same, or to basically move the same produce through in Texas at $23 an hour. This is unsustainable. I've talked to Lori Chavez-Durema, our Secretary of Labor, about it. I've also spoken to the President about it. We remain fully committed to working with, obviously, you all are going to be the main movers and shakers for real change, but whatever we can do through the government, the executive branch, please, please, please let us know, because we realize what a huge problem this is.
Well, we look forward to working with you very closely on that, because it is it's probably one of the greatest needs American agriculture has.
That's right.
You know, you can't harvest a crop in many cases, particularly specialty crops, if you don't have labor.
That's exactly
And,
right.
in my remaining time, I want to put in a plug for our food assistance programs. You know, a lot of them are administered at USAID, but they really belong under the U.S. Department of Agriculture, in my opinion. One in particular, the Dole McGovern Food Aid Program. I used to work for U.S. Senator Elizabeth Dole in a previous life. I grew very close to Senator Dole from Kansas. And when you travel overseas and you see, you go in these schools, and the only reason why these kids are in school in these third world countries is basically because of the McGovern-Dole food program. It's the only nutrition they get during the day, and it provides not only a humanitarian aspect, but there's also a diplomatic long-term America First aspect as well. So
Very quickly, 30 of those programs are still moving, and we opened up funding for the next round on May 9th, just a few weeks ago. Understanding it is realigning around the President's vision and the countries that, you know, help America, but we are aware and tracking.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now recognize at the minority's request, I recognize Mr. Jackson from Illinois for 5 minutes.
Chairman, I yield to Congresswoman Hayes. They wanted us to switch orders.
Then I don't recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Jackson. Okay. Recognize the gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes, for 5 minutes.
I'm not sure what's going on. Don't I get my own 5 minutes? Thank you. Thank you, Secretary Rollins, for being here today.
Thank you.
It's no secret that I am in opposition to the Republican bill and the deep cuts to SNAP, and I have been vociferous and clear about that. I just want to add, as we are talking about the Republican proposals in the Department of Agriculture, there are serious concerns that many of the actions being taken threaten the bipartisan coalition that has helped pass multiple farm bills, and we would be hard-pressed to get the full committee to, the full Congress to pass a bill that guts billions of dollars from our most vulnerable communities. But today, my questions are going to be focused on small farms in my district. Between 2017 and 2022, Connecticut lost roughly 460 farms. Projections by the American Farmland Trust estimate that my state will lose 55,000 acres of farmland if we do not step in to preserve what remains. There are many factors contributing to the loss of farmland in New England, as we heard Mr. McGovern talk about earlier. One of the most consistent is the failure of farm safety net programs. Guardians Farms, a small first-generation farm in Southbury, Connecticut, in my district, began operation in 2020, and they sell dairy products at farmers markets on the weekends. 2 years of heavy rain have resulted in fewer visitors to the farm and damage to the pasture, barn, and chicken coops. Earlier this year, they requested $50,000 from USDA to help make up for lost revenue and to help with repairs. As of today, they still have not received any disaster assistance. Last year, Congress funded 2 disaster relief programs and designed them to work together to ensure all impacted farms receive some type of assistance. The Supplemental Disaster Relief Program would fund larger operations, and the Farm Recovery and Support Block Grant would provide targeted relief to smaller farms in smaller states. Secretary Rollins, it's my understanding that USDA has directed Connecticut to choose between one of two of those programs and a small farm block grant rather than assessing both as Congress intended. What is the justification for denying Connecticut farmers the ability to access the relief Congress has voted to provide for them?
Well, first of all, thank you. That's a great question. I have been in a lot of conversations on this. In fact, my next one is with your colleague, Rosa DeLauro, at 4 o'clock. Once I leave here, we are continuing to assess what this means, understanding that this $220 million block grant to New England that you all put in the Relief Act at the end of last year is different. It's different than Georgia, North Carolina, some of the bigger farming communities with the bigger farms. So we are continuing to look at this. The decision has not been released yet, but will be soon. We remain very committed and have been working with your Ag Commissioner from Connecticut and across New England for the last few months, and will continue to do so.
Well, I appreciate you explaining what USDA is doing as a whole, but my question was about why Connecticut is being denied access to both programs. I know that there has been concern about double dipping, but there are audit processes in place, certification processes in place, and what ends up happening is exactly what we anticipated. The smallest farmers are left out because they don't have access to these programs. And my fear is that Connecticut will be kept waiting for relief because the program is not being implemented properly. Your budget proposal would cut funding for the Farm Service Agency by an additional $250 million. I'm concerned that Connecticut farmers, again, will see diminished capacity from USDA to address their needs. How will the USDA deliver payments to farmers in a more efficient manner when you're cutting resources and the staff who do the work?
So, ma'am, the $10 billion that moved out very quickly, the ECAP, y'all passed it, I think, around Christmas, maybe December 20th. We moved it out, $10 billion in a matter of, I think, 6 to 8 weeks. The longest waiting time was 3 days. Once that was moved out, we've sent the money to 500,000 farmers across America. This is months and months and months ahead of where a normal USDA moves it out. So I think our track record hopefully speaks for itself.
Well, I think, again, I hope that there is some consideration for the smallest farmers who don't have grant writers or access to these programs or the ability
100%.
to reach out and get a response. I appreciate the fact that money is getting out the door. My concern, once again, is that it is going to the largest farmers in the largest agricultural communities and leaving behind the farmers who literally have less than 100 acres and are doing this work, and it's their family business.
And Congresswoman, what I would ask is when you hear those stories and you are called to call me specifically and say, this is what's happening in my district and this is who is not getting the attention that they deserve, and that will help us solve for that.
I appreciate that. I'll follow up and make sure you have the information on Guardian's Farm in Southbury, Connecticut. It's a veteran-owned farm, and they are struggling right now. Thank you. I yield back.
What was the name again?
Guardian's Farm.
Guardian's Farm.
I'll make sure you get the information.
Thank you.
Gentlelady's time has expired. At request of the Secretary and in consultation with the minority, we're going to do 2 more questions and then take a 20-minute break and then reconvene. And I will keep an order of those in the room that are at the time of the break, so that'll be the order when we come back, and I'll announce what time that is when these next 2 individuals are done. So at this point, I'm going to recognize Mr. Johnson from South Dakota, and then in the direction of the minority, Mr. Jackson from Illinois. So Mr. Johnson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, I feel like we're talking to a member of your team every week on something or other. So I'm going to walk through 6 issues, and then just you can comment on any of them that you like. First off, I want to thank you for working with us to provide some relief to that South Dakota ranching couple, the Mods.
Yeah.
That it should never have gotten to the point it did, and thank you for your team for seeing the wisdom forward, common sense. Number 2, I want to affiliate myself with Mr. Costa's remarks about high-path avian influenza, still a tremendous threat, and as he said, not just to poultry, but also to our herds as well. And then I was grateful to see your 5-pronged plan had vaccines as an important part of it. I think there's been some concern that maybe the priority in USD shifted around a little bit, and so I just want to highlight the incredible work that a number of companies, including MedGene, are doing in developing some really powerful vaccines that I think are the long-term solution to this problem. Not even long-term, I mean just the solution here, I think, sooner than we realize. Number 3, forestry. Mr. Lamalfa said it well. I mean, we've got a lot we need to do out in the forest. I mean, a managed forest is a healthy forest. We have 1 million acres of national forest land in the Black Hills. And it's been a long time since we've been able to hit the data-driven harvest targets. We have had mills close, lots of jobs lost. When we lose that infrastructure, it's almost impossible to ever get it back, which means the forest turns into a tinderbox. I've got confidence in your team. I just think Mr. Schultz, Mr. French, I enjoy working with them. So I just want to thank you and ask you to continue to back their efforts to approach this issue with some real urgency. I think we're making progress, but we got a ways to go yet. Number 4, I want to thank your team for the incredible responsiveness they have shown in working with South Dakota State University in making some alterations to what is now known as the Producers First program. This is going to show us the way forward on some resiliency in how we feed and make sure that the bison and the cattle can get to market, and that nutrition's a key part of what they do, because we still want to discover some research and how to do better. Number 5, I met with a few dozen dairy producers, and ma'am, this is not going to come as any surprise to you. They have a real anxiety in farm labor. And some folks are not sure how they're going to hang on. And they view you as a huge leader. They view you as a critical, I mean, this problem will not get solved without Brooke Rollins, and they believe in you, ma'am. And if there's anything I can do to help in developing solutions, so we can, not just in dairy, of course, this is a bigger problem, but we've got to find a solution. And finally, number 6, and then I'll shut up. Trade, just little old South Dakota, we export almost $6 billion a year overseas in ag. That's $6,000 a year for every single South Dakotan every single year. Clearly, this committee, strong believers in MAP, FMD, and I know you're a strong believer, and I would just ask you to continue to be a strong voice for more trade, which will make America stronger, and I know that's where the administration's headed. What am I missing, ma'am?
Well, I think you covered it very well. I just want to start with the last one first on the trade. And I'm not sure if you were in the room, Congressman, but the encouragement that I have received just in these first few international trips has been remarkable, in fact, stunning. I think that the world is ready to recalibrate. I think that the president has been such an effective leader on this. I know the uncertain times our producers are feeling. There's no one who's operating more on the margins than our farmers and ranchers. Understand this. The president certainly understands it. But I do believe with every fiber of my being that this era of unlimited or unprecedented prosperity for our ag community is just around the corner because of these trade renegotiations. I'm just really, really sure of that. I also want to comment on the timber piece of this. I was just in the Oval Office yesterday with the president talking about timber, talking about the firefighting, because they're, as you know, interwoven inextricably. And I think that we're going to have another meeting tomorrow in the Oval Office on the issue. The president has been resolute in the increase of 25% in timber production, which, by the way, that will be the same number we had 30 years ago in 1994. Since then, our entire timber industry, as you know from your state and others, has been decimated. So the focus, the investment, the putting our timber industry back at the front of the line to ensure they're able to do and thrive, but also on the back end to mitigate against more and unnecessary fires, it continues to be a priority of this administration, and I'm really, really proud of that.
With that, Mr. Chairman, the Secretary and I have solved all the problems, and I would yield back.
I think we're done here.
And by the way, you're unflappable. I did not know that my mean comment about Iowa and Jess would be picked up by you. It was mostly for your staff's benefit, but you're unflappable. You kept rolling, so thank you. I yield.
Did. Thank you, sir.
Thank the gentleman. This gentleman's time has expired. Now I recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Thompson. Thank you, Ranking Member Craig, and distinguished members of this committee. Thank you, Secretary Rollins. I look forward to working with you in the months and years to come. You're head of a department with a budget of hundreds of billions of dollars, over 100,000 employees, 4,500 offices, 29 different agencies, and so the job is enormous, and I come here not to fix blame, but to seek solutions. Madam Secretary, your department proudly announced in a May 1st press release that it has terminated over 3,500 contracts and grants totaling over $5.5 billion and canceled nearly 1,000 trainings to eliminate quote-unquote woke DEI initiatives. For the record, does the United States Department of Agriculture, under your leadership, have an official written definition of DEI? I'm a bit confused. One that would stand legal scrutiny under the Administrative Procedures Act that you used as a specific uniform standard to justify these cancellations?
I believe that we do, sir, but let me check on that, and I will circle back to your office, and we can talk directly.
Okay, thank you. I've not been able to find one. I reached out to the office starting in February. So I would simply just assume at this point, for the record, that the answer would be written no. Under the Administrative Procedures Act codified at Section 5, U.S. Code 551, agencies' actions cannot be arbitrary and capricious, yet we see some of the terminations of these programs without a single written guiding principle. So we have to make sure that this is codified into law. Under the previous Secretary of Agriculture, we had a blueprint and outline of where the department was going. I hope in the weeks and months to come, this is on the thing. The Department of Agriculture has operated consistently by giving us a blueprint. The second question I would have for you, your department has canceled outreach and recruitment in the name of eliminating DEI. So I don't know what it is that's being eliminated, that's being cut, because this DEI is very vague. It means many things to many people. And so if you exclude the longstanding federal hiring initiatives like the Veterans Recruitment Appointment Authority or the Schedule A hiring or Authority for People with Disabilities, both of which are designed to create a more diverse and inclusive federal workforce, would you agree that's a noble goal?
Well, the first thing I'll say, and that I really actually appreciate the conversation, is that the president clearly has been very clear in his directive. We are operating under his executive order on all of the above.
Reclaim my time. I appreciate that because I fundamentally disagree with
I
the president, and I can appreciate your integrity, but the president is simply wrong on this, and I hope more people in the administration can speak up to him. He can make a mistake, but it seems like people get very confused and obtuse around him. The federal definition of diversity explicitly includes these groups: the disabled, the rural Americans, which are all groups that have faced barriers to federal employment in the past. By canceling many of these programs unintentionally, they become collateral damage. And so I would like to make sure that we continue to broaden the workforce and pull as many people in. Also, we've talked about now, I see in this declaration about meritocracy. You say your department now operates on meritocracy.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the 9 merit system principles codified in Section 5 of the U.S. Code 2301 already exist to ensure fair and merit-based hiring free from political influence? That's already baked into this. I don't know why there's new emphasis on saying there's meritocracy. Does the USDA, under your leadership, have an official written policy defining what constitutes merit that supersedes or replaces these congressionally mandated principles? We already have them in the documents.
I am not aware of that, but I'm really glad, again, for this conversation. My commitment is to look at that very closely. Obviously, I'm a big believer in the president's vision on this and the meritocracy approach, but it's a fair question. How do we define that, and what does that look like?
Okay, and that'll be on Section 5. So these terms that mean woke and so forth. There's another term that the have on your website regarding color blindness as a goal that you have. Did someone put into the record that color blindness is a physical impairment, or is there a new definition of what color blindness means? Is that an asset? Can you help me define what is color blindness and the values or merits of it?
My understanding is this is from the executive order at the president's directive, and that we are looking at merit and the best possible employees for the American farmers.
So color blindness, are we talking about having a lack of racial equity, racial justice? Is that the code word for it? Okay, well, the president, again, is wrong, because you know the case of Pigford versus Glickman. It's already been documented that there's been a history of racial discrimination, prejudice, and racism. It's already had lawsuits filed and settled by farmers, African American, Latino, and indigenous, that did not have fair access to the resources of our agency. So I don't want to fix the blame, I want to fix the problem. But if some people are willfully blind, if he wants people going around the Department of Agriculture with mismatched clothes because he is now championing blindness, I think that's wrong, and that should not be classified as singled out. Mr. Chairman, I yield back and thank you for your time.
Gentleman's
I
time
look
is-
forward to continuing
gentleman's
that
time has
conversation.
expired. The committee will stand in recess for 20 minutes, gaveling back in at 12:55. And at that time, the members that have been in the room here, I'll share with you what I have for order. Mann, Davis, Moore, Sorensen, Harris, Vasquez, Taylor, Riley, De La Cruz, and Mannion. We stand in recess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We have to talk to her about the majority leader one. I mean, yep.
Committee shall come to order. I note that there is a quorum present for the purposes of taking testimony and receiving evidence. I now recognize the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Welcome back, Madam Secretary. Thank you for being here today, and thank you for your leadership in supporting farmers, ranchers, and ag producers across the country. It was an honor to have you visit the big 1st District of Kansas during your first week on the job back in February, right after you were confirmed, and we had a chance, as you recall, to participate in a roundtable discussion with ag producers, stakeholders. We toured Finney County Feed Yard, the Ponderosa Dairy. We even met with some local FFAers, which was a huge highlight of mine. I know something that's near and dear to your heart as well. One of my first meetings with President Trump, I distinctly remember him telling me of his love for the American farmer. And I very much appreciate that you also share that passion. Over the past few months, you and the President have led the way in supporting rural America, and I look forward to continuing to work with you for the next 4 years so that we make agriculture great again and everything that it possibly can be.
Amen.
A couple of questions. First one, Madam Secretary, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act is a major step forward in the future of American agriculture. We are able to strengthen crop insurance, raise reference prices, really help our producers. We also are able to include historic landmark investments in funding for trade promotion programs in the House version. After the last administration's failure to act on expanding international markets, I've been really encouraged at your efforts to rebalance trade to support the American farmer and rancher. In particular, I appreciate that you'll be traveling on a trade mission to India here in the next few weeks, where greater market access for crops like sorghum would be a game changer for our Kansas producers and a clear win for the U.S. and India. With the significant upgrade in trade promotion resources, can you share what you and Ambassador Greer will be pursuing to unlock opportunities for U.S. exports, commodities like sorghum as part of our discussion specifically with India?
Yeah, specific to India, and I will absolutely, Congressman, circle back to you with a little more detail. I've got about 3 countries ahead of India.
Yeah.
So I haven't focused on India just yet, even though we're headed there very soon. But I think that India is reflective, to your point on sorghum and a lot of our row crops. There's just so much opportunity there. And I think we talked a lot this morning about national security. Agriculture security is national security. A lot of that is opening up markets with our friends like India and moving away from other markets that clearly are not aligned with us on a value by value basis. What I have found with Ambassador Greer, with Secretary Lutnick, with Secretary Bessent, and the ultimate sort of deal maker, President Donald Trump, is we are relentless. And again, I think I mentioned this a couple of times, but it's worth repeating. The few countries I've already visited, the countries that have already visited me, everyone is so anxious to support this vision of opening up more American products and decreasing the tariffs while working on the non-tariff trade barriers. So there's a lot more to come. Would love to work with you, though, as we're prepping for India and other countries specific to sorghum and other row crops.
Would love to. I think India is a huge opportunity for sorghum, other commodities as well.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Second question, earlier this year I introduced legislation to move back to USDA, a program that's not only dear to the people of Kansas, but also vital to our ag producers in the country. Food for Peace was a program that I've long supported, and it supported American agriculture and helping feed millions of people around the world. It was originally housed with the USDA when it was created over 70 years ago. McKanson came up with the idea years ago. My bill would return it back to its roots, return it home to the USDA, ensuring its long-term sustainability. I'm optimistic that Congress will soon act to codify this move, realigning Food for Peace with USDA where it began. If and when that transition takes place, can you commit that the department will continue to fund and operate Food for Peace as robustly as it currently has been administered, and welcome any thoughts about Food for Peace?
Sure, and understanding that's moving through the system, not wanting to get ahead of President Trump specifically, but we stand ready. If that is the congressional direction, we will work with you and your partners to ensure the continued sustainability and success and changes if necessary.
And great program, right? I mean, we're shipping commodities grown here in bags that say a free gift to the American people. It's good for our farmers, good for our shippers, good for the mouths that receive it. I think someone asked you about Food for Progress earlier. Might loop back in with your office on that as well. But just really appreciate you being here. Thank you for all that you're doing for agriculture.
Thank you so much. Good to see you, Congressman.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis, 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. To our Secretary Rollins, thank you so much for being with us today.
Good to see you.
I was looking forward to the committee, I'm sure, as we've been excited about you coming. I want to share a picture the best that I can reflect from so many conversations, what's taking place in Eastern North Carolina back home. Farmers are absolutely getting pounded. These are, without any doubt, tough times, and they're facing many challenges. And between increased labor costs, low reference prices, increased input costs, so much uncertainty, double duty drawback for tobacco growers, trade, just uncertainty, and in the midst of it all, we still, regardless of how we got here, have no farm bill. And let's be clear, reconciliation is no substitute for a farm bill.
I agree.
In North Carolina, we have out west, which I traveled a little over a week ago to the western part of the state, and it's a dire situation that's still on the ground there as people are trying to pick up the pieces in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. But then out east, in which I'm honored to represent, we've had our fair share of challenges as we've been crushed with drought. There's so much going on, and by the way, I would like to personally welcome you to Eastern North Carolina.
I would love that.
But what we're leaving farmers now, we're leaving farmers these options. Option A, more debt, take on more debt. Or option B, I'm gonna throw my hands up in the air and call it quits. Here's the reality. I grew up cropping tobacco and doing a lot of hard work that we enjoyed doing as kids, and this is part of our heritage. And when you talk in particular family farmers, they want to continue and pass it on to the children, the next generation, but how many children want to take on all of this right now? So my first question is, what's the timeline for getting the disaster and economic agriculture assistance out the door that's going to help us in North Carolina?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. Oh, God bless you. You're welcome.
You
First
took
of
up
all,
5 seconds of my time. That was a big one.
That was an amazing sneeze. The first thing I'll say is with ECAP in North Carolina, 6,389 of your producers received $118 million over the last month or two, so hopefully that is at least a step in the right direction. On the emergency livestock relief, which we just released in the last week or two, there's significant numbers going that way. 599 producers for 23, another 423 producers for 24, a total of $1.4 billion, I believe, on that.
And Madam Secretary, let me acknowledge the work that is taking place. I just want to really paint the picture. There's still a lot more work to be done.
Yeah.
And if I can shift, can you speak on whether you're working with our RMA, the Risk Management Agency Administrator Swanson, to defer interest charges on crop insurance premiums for the current year?
I don't have that answer, but by the end of the next question, we'll have that for you. I am not 100% sure, so I don't want to answer wrongly, but we'll get that to you right away.
Okay, super, thank you. And I want to really thank the chair because we've really been knee-deep in the H-2A program. This is so far an antiquated policy that's still out there, and we just got to come together and get this done. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the task force, the working group that we advanced. But I want to come in particular with AWR. Because I hear so much about AWR, and this is a real legitimate concern. My question is, what's been the communication from USDA with DOL as well as DHS in relation to ensuring there's enough workers available to continue to feed, fuel, clothe the American people so they can continue to keep the operations going with
Well, as we discussed this morning, although, sir, I don't think you were in the room, there's obviously a very, understandable concern in the agriculture market on labor. I spoke with the president about it this morning. I had a meeting with both Secretary Noem and Secretary Chavez de Rimmer on Monday night. The president, in an April 10th cabinet meeting on his own, talked about it. There is no doubt that, first of all, significant reform needs to happen to the H-2A, H-2B, et cetera, which I know you all are leading on in a bipartisan effort, but also the importance of our administration and this president, which he does, recognizing that we have a major gap in the labor market for our dairy farmers, a lot of our row croppers, and how you balance that, obviously, with his commitment to America and to the American voters, which we don't all agree on, but to address illegal immigration. So please know I'm committed to working around the clock to solve for that.
Thank you so much.
Gentleman's
And-
time has expired.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now recognize gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore, for 5 minutes.
Over here, Secretary Rollins, how are you? Welcome. Thank you for
Thank
being
you.
here today, and thank you for all your work you're doing on negotiating with countries. I think reference prices, input costs have been mentioned by Mr. Davis. Obviously, that's an issue. We've lost a lot of farms, and I think as a result of inflation, obviously, we printed money like drunk sailors in D.C. for the last 4 years, and in some cases, that's an insult to drunk sailors. But inflation has really caught our producers in a tough spot with fuel costs and energy costs, those sort of things. But one of the issues I want to kind of breach with you or talk a little bit about is we recently have noticed there's been some SNAP fraud and card skimming. And just a few weeks ago, the DOJ charged a USDA employee and 5 others in a $66 million SNAP fraud and bribery scheme in New York. And shockingly, this criminal scheme went on for years under the prior administration. So, Madam Secretary, what action is the department taking to ensure that these sort of egregious levels of fraud are being addressed?
This is at the very top of the list. Currently, we can prove one of every $10, which is about $34 million a day, is paid out in taxpayer money that is fraudulently paid. We've got an across the government, whole of government approach right now. The New York case that you mentioned is just one of many. There was a sting operation led by our Secret Service, interestingly enough, on the West Coast within the last month, too. Many more are coming, working alongside Pam Bondi at the DOJ. But part of that, sir, and we've talked about it a little bit this morning, is the reluctance or refusal of many states to turn their data over to us. So it's hard for us to even know where that money is going and who it's being paid to. We are now directing it, and if they're not willing to do it, we're going to start moving through litigation. So we're going to force the issue, but it has to stop, and we can't continue to pay taxpayer dollars in such a fraudulent way.
Yeah, you said earlier, contain sustainability. In some ways, I think you changed how you said it, but I think in many ways with SNAP, that's what we've got to do. We want it for the families that need it, right? But the fraud is a big issue. And my concern, and I've been on that committee for 4 years now, is there's a supply and demand curve. And, you know, as SNAP, more and more money goes into the SNAP programs, yet the producers, the suppliers themselves are limited in their resources. Often when you see that, what happens at the grocery store is the prices go up because the demand goes higher and higher with government dollars going on SNAP programs, yet we're not securing producers in the market. And so ultimately the price goes up, and then the tax dollars on those SNAP cards don't go nearly as far as they could have. So
that's right.
I think coupled with the fraud, increasing production certainly, and getting government spending, runaway waste under control, helping with inflation, I think there's an opportunity for us to certainly help our producers. And I appreciate, again, I have the second largest peanut producing district in the nation, and I know that my farmers would appreciate that. And we actually were peanut producers until 1980. The drought and the armyworms kind of put us out. So it's one of those things, I think we've lost 150,000 farms. And so I appreciate the work you're doing, the president's doing to try to help food security in this country and make sure that we are competing with other nations and certainly negotiating with other countries to buy our products. And so thank you so much for your work on that. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to save a little time and yield back.
Thank you, Congressman.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Sorensen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I love the milk that is in front of you, just saying. Love that it's whole milk. It's good. Also, let it be known that we had a lunch break. I love that. Thank you to the Secretary for being with us on one of the greatest, if not the greatest committee that we have on Capitol Hill.
Amen.
Just over the weekend, I drove through Winnebago County, Illinois. We're at the very top of Illinois. I noticed, being a kid that grew up in a small town, that a lot of the fields aren't planted. It is June 11th. Some farmers have given up on seeing any profit this year. Mr. Davis and Mr. Moore touched on input costs going up, just general costs going up, but it's also costing our farmers when the USDA extension services are reduced or canceled. We're failing to open up foreign markets for export. The USDA is cutting programs like conservation, rural development, technical support, and the result, our smaller hometowns are not doing better today, and they're losing faith. Farmers are being hit really hard. And back home, those family farmers, they don't want a handout from the administration.
That's right.
They want agriculture to work.
Yeah.
And I'm also struck that the administration, in your testimony, you have omitted any mention of changing climate. It's no surprise here. I've studied meteorology for the better part of the majority of my life. It's one of my life's loves to communicate how our environment is changing. And you can't tell farmers that climate change is a hoax because they know you're lying to them. I've seen the weather records on family farms. It's harder to farm today than it ever was before because the game is changing for them. So when you fail to acknowledge what they're dealing with and the administration says it's a hoax, too many of our farmers, they can't quit their jobs like I did to come to Congress. They quit their life. We're failing to meet their needs. And it's not politics, it's science. And you can't make farmers stronger or make America healthy by slashing the very systems that produce healthy food and homegrown clean energy. I did want to touch on, and I'm very concerned, that producers may not get their harvest to local schools and food banks through the LFPA. This improves our domestic food supply chain resilience. It generates revenue for our farmers in a time when they can't make a profit. A program that ensures healthy food gets to those who need it most. The Midwest Food Bank in the heart of Illinois provides fresh local food to 288 organizations. The Northern Illinois Food Bank provides more than 900,000 meals through their program. This administration's decision to cancel LFPA is a blow to local farmers, to families in need, and the institutions that serve them. In your testimony to Congress, you've mentioned repeatedly that this is COVID era. But while the pandemic is largely over, we still have this uncertainty in middle America. And now rural America is given more uncertainty as farmers see these beneficial programs go away. Kids nowadays say they get the feels when something feels good. Farmers grow corn and soybeans back home. They raise cattle. They're proud of their livelihood, but what gives them the feels is when they provide food for our neighbors, helping lift people out of hunger and out of poverty through the LFPA. So, Madam Secretary, yes or no, will you commit to establishing a similar program that connects local farmers and local schools to food banks to provide healthier meals to students, improve food access for families, and reinvest in our economy?
We are really, I know yes or no, but forgive me. We are really focused on getting healthy produce and local farming into the schools. But very quickly, in Illinois, your local food for schools, y'all still have $5.5 million out of $7 million sitting in a bank that has not been distributed. And that was one of the reasons why the money couldn't move fast enough into the food bank. So
let's
understand.
put it into a program that works. I'm all for that. I have deep concerns about Make America Healthy Again. As you move the president's agenda forward, will you make sure that there is a seat at the table for farmers, for ranchers? The Agriculture Committee wants to be able to express their what they support, what they don't. We need to meet the need for food production, nutrition access, and rural economies. Can we get farmers at the table?
Yes.
Thank you. Also, I have very limited time left, but last question. How committed are you to making sure that our research, like the Peoria Ag Lab, our ag labs across the country are fulfilled and that the money's going to them?
Yeah, of course, as we have refocused and realigned, but we have ensured, other than a handful, that they are continuing, they are strong, and that they're doing really good work. So the ones that we pulled back, we had major deferred maintenance issues and a significant cost. So if you're hearing differently, though, please call me and let us focus on that.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank
I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now recognize Mr. Harris for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Madam Secretary. What a joy it is to have you here today, and we're certainly honored to have you, and thank you for your time and your patience and endurance through such a long hearing. But, Madam Secretary, the ongoing avian flu outbreak has led to the loss of over 174 million birds since 2022. It's been a plague on the industry for too long, and I frankly have heard positive feedback from the broilers and layers in my district in regards to your 5-point plan. In fact, one of the things I've heard here from my colleagues, in this being my freshman term, is that you are probably the most qualified individual to serve as Secretary of Agriculture that we have had in the last generation. So USDA has outlined a $1 billion plan with $500 million for farm biosecurity and $400 million for producer relief. Can you elaborate more on how these funds are being targeted to strengthen farm-level preparedness?
Yeah, I would really appreciate that. Thank you for those really nice words. Since we rolled out the plan, we have done almost 850 biosecurity assessments, so meaning we go onto the farms and help the farmers ensure that the barns are locked down. That is clearly the #1 and best and most effective way to stop the HPAI is the biosecurity. So we've done about 830 of those. We've spent a lot of money on indemnity, about $70 million to repopulate the barns to get the chickens back into laying form very, very quickly. We have been importing some eggs while we repopulate, which has allowed the prices to come down. And then, of course, the $100 million focused on a long-term solution, which hopefully we can get to in the short term. I'm not sure that there's been anything more heartbreaking to me in the 118 days since I was confirmed than visiting with some of these egg farmers who have lost their life. And I know there's some, there's this narrative that, oh, they just want the money and the depop. That's not it. These farmers who basically have generational egg laying farms have lost everything. And so I remain committed to them. I've visited with a lot of them around the country over the last 100+ days. And anything they're seeing that's not working, we'd love to know, but we're proud of the work so far.
Great. Well, can you share more about how efforts to right-size the U.S. agriculture trade imbalance will actually aid the industry's recovery and stabilize the egg supply we've talked about?
Yeah, I think that the trade, with specifics to trade, I was in the first Trump administration. I was in the West Wing with the president every day for the second, third, and fourth year. I ran the domestic policy agenda. I obviously have always believed in his vision of realigning the world and that America has been taken advantage of. What I didn't realize until this job is just how big the disparity is and how our country has been so taken advantage of year after year, decade after decade. And so the president's focus for us in the ag community, as again, uncertain as his time is and as hard as it is, especially on some of our row croppers, at the end of the day, just around the corner is a new day. And when we left the first Trump administration, there was a trade surplus for ag. After 4 years of Joe Biden, it's a $50 billion trade deficit, money directly out of our farmers' pockets. We are going to fix that. When we do, that will significantly help all of our ag producers, but certainly the ones in your district and the broiler and chicken industry hopefully will be just as helped as everybody else.
Gotcha. And one final question. As you know, timely access to credit is essential for producers, especially during a downturn in the farm economy. I oftentimes hear from both lenders and producers about the length of time it takes to process loans. And given the President's strong commitment to reducing the size of government and reducing regulations, can you share any efforts that the department is making to kind of speed up this process?
I talk about how the 118 days have been filled with a lot of surprises,
Right.
Both good and bad. And on the second part of that, the bad side is just how stunningly bad this agency has been at reacting, at helping, at supporting, and moving out some of these programs. Some of those loan programs are at the very top of the list. We have brought in a team of private, formerly private, very successful industry bankers, et cetera, that can help us recalibrate the whole program. And I think that's really, really important. We can't do our job and we can't do right by these farmers under the current situation that we inherited.
Well, thank you again, and again, from the 8th District of North Carolina, we hear great things and a lot of excitement about things moving forward.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Now please recognize Mr. Riley for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary, for being here. I see your kids made an escape during the break. Is that right?
They're so happy.
I'm sure
They're
they
like,
are.
I think it's time for us to go now, Mom.
They looked very engaged.
Yes.
I have I will tell
18,
you.
17, and 15.
So mine are
Yeah.
5 and 2, about to be 5 and 2, and my 5-year-old. Everybody here knows this already. My 5-year-old is my most senior chief advisor, and when
Yes.
I'm new here, and when I asked him what committees I should get on, I read him the list of all the committees in Congress, try explaining to a 5-year-old what Ways and Means does, and at the end of it, he said, "You have to get on the one with the tractors and the farm animals,"
Yes.
and so here we are.
So here you are. Congratulations.
Thank you. When I came here a few months ago, I promised that I would work with anyone from any party who wants to do right by upstate New York, and I'm going to fight anybody who's hurting us. I think this committee, one of the things I do like about it, there's a lot of opportunities for bipartisanship. Earlier today, I was working with my friend Zach Nunn on the Plant Act to crack down on China. There was some conversation here about cracking down on China buying farmland. I think there's room for bipartisan agreement on that. One of the things I'd really like to work on with you is lowering grocery bills, and particularly egg prices, which I know has been a priority of yours. Back during the Obama administration, they enacted some regulations that are still on the books, and they're keeping hundreds of millions of perfectly good American eggs off the market. And when you're suppressing supply, that's part of what's driving up prices. So Dusty Johnson and I have a bipartisan bill. There's 10 Republicans, 6 Democrats on it. I think 8 of us on this committee, evenly divided, are doing that bill. We were very creative in naming it the Lowering Egg Prices Act. And I was just hoping to get your commitment that you'll work with us to get that bill done, get it to the president's desk, and do some bipartisan relief on grocery bills.
I would love to do that. In fact, if we could maybe next week jump on the phone and you can walk me through it, that would be great.
Great. I will take you up on that.
What is the bill number?
That I don't know, but we can
no
find.
worries. We'll find it. We'll, yeah.
Thank you. I have a question, a follow-up on some questions I've asked you in writing previously. I sent you a letter on May 20th in which I asked you if you could get me a list of the farmers in my district in New York 19 and upstate New York whose contracts had been suspended, because I want to be able to reach out to each of them individually to make sure they're getting what they need. I followed up with you on Monday because I still had not received the list, and then about 20 minutes before today's hearing, I got a response from your office. It didn't answer my question. It actually raised even more questions for me, and so just what do I need to do to get, what I'm asking for is just a list of the farmers in my district whose contracts have been suspended, so that I can reach out to them and make sure they're getting everything they need.
It's, they're confirming. It's our understanding there is no list because everything is moving at this point.
Okay.
So if you're hearing differently or you've got someone saying, we're not moving here, would you let us know?
Well,
But there should be no one that's frozen.
No, but this is the problem, is you're putting the burden on farmers who are working 20 hours a
But we
day.
don't think
Let
there's-
me finish.
But we don't think there's anyone that's been
to come to
frozen.
me, and say, I have a problem.
There's no
whereas our
list.
job should be, so you haven't kept track, you've
No,
suspended.
we have. There's no one that's frozen in your district.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yes.
Confirm. You're telling me today every contract that had been suspended with a farmer in my district has since been unfrozen.
That's our understanding.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at. And then the last thing I wanted to talk with you about, I would love for you to come visit Chobani with me. They're in New Berlin in Shenango County, doing incredible work. It's an all-natural food company. I took a tour a week or two ago. They're hiring thousands of upstate New Yorkers, buying millions of gallons of upstate New York milk from upstate New York farmers. They have this incredibly exciting expansion that's happening across upstate New York. It's really, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, regardless of political party, it's the thing that everybody should be excited about, and I'd love to have you come with me, see it for yourself.
It's incredible. I haven't been there, but I've been in contact with the CEO a couple of different times now, so I am very aware, and I actually committed to him to come visit. I didn't realize that was in your district, but that's great. I will be there.
Terrific. Well, he's above my pay grade, so since you gave him the commitment, I'll just add mine on to it.
We'll just follow up. That
would love
sounds
to host
great.
you.
Yeah,
All right.
that sounds great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Mr. Taylor from Ohio for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you for holding this hearing today, and thank you, Secretary Rollins, for being here. It's great to see you again, and appreciate all the hard work you're doing on behalf of the agriculture community. Across rural America, including in southern Ohio, solar panels are being put on some of the best farmland in the world. As you pointed out in a recent op-ed, the acquisition of land for new farmers has also become increasingly difficult amid high costs in real estate development. Expected that 50% of all farmland will transfer hands in the next 20 years, and it's essential that that land goes to our next generation of family farmers. I believe farmers should have every right to do what they want with their land, but the federal government should not be incentivizing the most productive land being taken out of production. That's why I introduced the Protecting American Farmland Act to prohibit all federal funds, grants, loans, tax credits, you name it, from going towards solar panels converting prime farmland. And I've been thrilled to see your proactiveness on this issue. Could you talk, excuse me, a little bit about how solar panels on prime farmland are making it more difficult for the next generation of farmers to get started in the business? And for the peace of mind of new farmers, can you commit that USDA funding won't go towards putting solar panels on prime farmland in the future?
100%, I can commit to that. I will also say that I've spoken to the president about this. I will also say that we are moving regulations through USDA relative to this as much as we can within the executive branch. Obviously, you all have the lead on that, and I'll support you in whatever way I can. The final thing I'll say is I spent my summers on our family's row crop farm in Minnesota, and we would fly from Texas to St. Paul every summer when I was growing up, working up there, take the hour drive from St. Paul up to Clear Lake, Minnesota, through the most beautiful farmland you've ever seen. And in the, 53 years that I have been making that drive, watching the solar panels take over all of that farmland in that 72-mile drive is heartbreaking. And so not only is it important for national security, not only is it important for the preservation of our smaller family farms, not only is it important for our row croppers where that land is being taken off, but it's important for the fabric of America that we're not selling away this farmland for solar panels funded by some interesting things. So yes, I am 100% on board. Anything I can do to help on that, I am at your beck and call.
Thank you very much. As I travel around southern Ohio, the most common thing I hear from farmers is the need to protect the farm safety net, specifically crop insurance and commodity programs. That's why in the one big beautiful bill that the House recently passed, we included the much needed investment in our farm safety net. These provisions are one of the many reasons we need to put this bill on the President's desk as quickly as possible. Secretary Rollins, could you talk a little bit about the importance of including farm safety net provisions in the one big beautiful bill to our farmers and rural communities?
I got the call for this job from President Trump on Saturday, November 23rd. I was the last cabinet, one of at least the larger spots left. He called me Saturday morning. We were driving in our motorhome from Fort Worth to Auburn, Alabama for a football game, and hung up the phone, obviously extremely honored, the honor of a lifetime. And then the very next thought in my head was, how are we going to get a farm bill passed? And the reason is understanding the margins that these farmers have been operating under, and understanding that the few times that we tried to get, I should say, I wasn't part of the last 4 years, but it was tried to move a farm bill that was unsuccessful. For a lot of reasons, a lot of people were hurting because of that, but no one hurt more by that than our farmers and those who rely on these reference prices. So I can't say enough, and have been making this case to anyone that will listen, that this big, beautiful bill is important for a lot of reasons. The president's tax cuts being permanent, creating more jobs, keeping the death tax out of our family farms, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm not sure from my perspective and this job that there's anything more important than updating those reference prices. So I'm very proud of that, and hopefully goes to the finish line.
Amen. Your lips to God's ears. Thank you.
Hopefully.
Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman yields back. Now please recognize the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary, for being here today. And I'm up here next to the chairman.
Yes, okay, I see you. Bad eyes.
Secretary, I'm glad that you've come before our committee today. I represent one of the largest and most rural districts in the country, a district that elected both me and President Trump. Farmers, ranchers, food banks, and wildfire crews in my district rely on a properly staffed and functioning USDA, not just for support, but for survival. but right now many of them feel that the USDA is failing them. As an example, in Silver City, New Mexico, the Frontier Food Hub, which is the only food pantry for hundreds of miles, had its Community Food Project grant abruptly frozen halfway through its 4-year terms. Frontier Food Hub isn't just feeding families. It's an organization that's supporting small-scale rural producers in the region. Now, they spent those funds in good faith, built partnerships, and hired local workers. But when USDA turned off their contract with no warning and no explanation and no opportunity to appeal or correct course, it put their entire operation and the food security of the region in jeopardy. Secretary Rollins, as you can see, this is a critical program in a place like Silver City, New Mexico. Would you commit to upholding funding for rural communities in places like Silver City that provide these services?
Are you talking about the local food, the LFPA, or the local food for schools, the local food purchases? There's so many. I've got a couple different thoughts, but depending on which one you're talking about.
Yeah, it's the Community Food Project.
The Community Food Project.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, okay, I understand. So our commitment and continues to be that we ensure that we're using taxpayer dollars, that the producers around those areas understanding some of the food insecurity continues to be priority. What I would really appreciate, and I've actually been talking to Senator Heinrich from New Mexico about a couple of other key issues, is that you let us know specifics in what that looks like and how it has compromised potentially the goals of that community in New Mexico.
Thank you, Secretary. I appreciate that, and we will follow up. Now, I also represent the Gila and the Lincoln National Forest, and we're heading into peak wildfire season.
Yes.
New Mexico experienced 2 of its largest wildfires in just 2 years ago. Yet dozens of our seasoned Forest Service firefighters and trail crews have been fired and sidelined. In fact, I met with a group of 7 members of a trail crew who actually are the ones who maintain the trails and cut fire lines in the wilderness areas of the forest, who are just 1 week away from being fired. These are the very people that we rely on to protect our communities, to clear our trails, and to manage our forests. And without them, this wildfire season could be more dangerous, deadly, and disastrous than the one we recently saw. We're now in fire season. Has the USDA done any analysis on how these cuts impact public safety in fire-prone rural communities?
We have. We're 96% operational. We're way ahead, not way ahead, we are ahead of where the Biden administration was a year ago in preparation for fire season. We have more firefighters on the ground and ready to go. I actually have been in conversations about this also with your senator from New Mexico, specifically talking about the New Mexico challenges. So we are aware and leaned in, but again, please send any information to me that you see that's different from what I am understanding for New Mexico.
Thank you, Secretary. I appreciate that. And where a lot of the work happens, again, is with the trail crews who have a function within the larger preventative control of these forest fires. And so we definitely need firefighters to respond to a fire incident, but we also need the folks who are out there cutting those trails that allow those firefighters in. So I'd suggest that we continue to look at those positions as very valuable to the entire firefighting ecosystem.
I agree. And we have invested a lot of money in the clearing. So let me get my arms around exactly what that looks like for New Mexico, and we'll follow up.
Thank you so much, Secretary. Now, every member of this committee has shared similar stories involving food pantries left in the dark, trail crews cast aside, producers that the USDA has promised to support. I introduced the Honor Farmers Contracts Act, which is a bill essentially that would allow USDA to fully pay those contracts that have already been executed, some dealing back all the way to last year, because constituents are holding up their end of the deal, but they feel USDA isn't. So I'd love for you to take a look at that bill and see if it's something that you would support. Now, I listen to the people on the ground in my district, and so I created an agriculture advisory group. Now, in my district, we go pecans, chili, cotton, beef, and so many other specialty crops as well. And those local leaders that make up my Ag Advisory Committee, which the chairman here has been gracious enough to talk to, would love the opportunity to talk with you and even more so to see you in the district. And in order to understand these impacts in my local community, would you be willing to visit the 2nd District of New Mexico in the near future?
I would.
Thank you so much, Secretary, and thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Dela Cruz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary, for being here today. I sit before you with immense gratitude and a profound sense of hope for our farmers, especially in Deep South Texas. We are indebted to you for not only focusing and visiting our Rio Grande Valley and our Deep South Texas, but talking about what was the number one issue for us, which was the water deliveries that came from Mexico that they were obligated to give us due to the 1944 Water Treaty. Your tireless effort in putting that at the front of the national stage and sitting in the Oval Office many times with President Trump and being the voice for South Texas farmers who had really lost hope, many of which lost their farms. In fact, as you know, we lost our sugarcane industry due to Mexico not delivering that water. So thank you from the bottom of my heart and from all of South Texas. Not only that, but you quickly pushed forward the $280 million that went to our farms that were affected by the 1944 Water Treaty. Yesterday, I had one of my farming constituents here that I took to dinner, and she said, Monica, we received our money from the $280 million that were allocated to us, and it saved our farm family. Had we waited even a moment longer, I would not be able to sit with you today as a farming family. So amazing. I know that it made a profound impact. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your tireless effort has been noticed and recognized, and you made a difference in our family community, in our farming community.
Thank you.
That being said, I also want to say that the next step for us with the 1944 Water Treaty is that we work together with you, with the Secretary Rubio, as well as the Trade Secretary, to make sure that we get the 1944 Water Treaty as a part of the discussion into the USMCA agreement. That will be our goal, that the treaty become part of the USMCA agreement so that it has teeth for further discussions should Mexico not comply again with the 1944 Water Treaty. So can I have your commitment to work with us in getting the 1944 Water Treaty into the USMCA agreement?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So now that we've made big strides in getting water delivered to our farmers, the next thing is the screwworm. That is something that is of great importance to our farmers, our ranchers, our cattlemen are very, very worried about the screwworm. It's a devastating pest that poses a severe risk to our livestock and our wildlife, and is threatening generational farms and farming families. It could have catastrophic consequences to our agricultural economy and to our natural ecosystem. Recognizing the urgency of this threat, I was proud to introduce the New World Screwworm Preparedness Act of 2025 and believe that this legislation will help bolster our defenses and enhance surveillance and ensure that we have the necessary resources and infrastructure to prevent and respond to potential outbreaks. With this in mind, I would like to encourage you to consider a new sterile fly facility facility is established here in the United States, but consider more air base in Hidalgo County as its potential sites. Would that be something that you would consider?
Yes, and we will be in touch on that very soon. But you are 100% right, Congresswoman, and it continues to be my great honor to partner with you. You are relentless and just such a great advocate, and I'm just really honored. First on the water, now working together on the screwworm. I know you know this. I'm in constant communication with my counterpart in Mexico, Secretary Bertigay, and the Mexican government. We have to move the screwworm back. And if we don't, we'll have another 3 decades of trying to recover from it. So we'll have an announcement very, very soon, and you'll be hearing from our office on that.
Excellent. Well, thank you. I hope that more airbase will be considered since it does have the infrastructure available to combat this.
Yes.
Thank you. I yield back.
Julie's time has expired. I'll be recognizing Mr. Mannion next, and then that'll finish up the kind of the special order of those who are here when we recess, and then we'll resume the regular order on the list here. So Mr. Mannion's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Secretary, thank you for appearing today and for your service to America's farmers. Earlier this year, I wrote a letter expressing deep concern about USDA's plan to close dozens of FSA and NRCS offices nationwide. In May, I also joined a delegation letter about the proposed lease termination of the Syracuse, New York field office that serves my district. I appreciate receiving USDA's response to that letter this morning, but I remain worried that shutting these front door offices will leave rural producers without the help and assistance they rely on. So just where are you as far in terms of USDA reorganization and potential office moves?
And sir, I'm sorry, I missed it. Which specific offices?
It was Syracuse, New York.
The Syracuse, New York FSA office or rural development? Do you know which
It's
one?
a USDA office.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, we are going through the reorganization. So for example, in some buildings, we have 4 different leases. Our GSA is the one managing all of that. I am not aware of any office that is closing. We shouldn't in terms of our interfacing with the farmers. But again, if you could get more specifics, we can dig into that.
Yeah.
And in fact, the team maybe can look at that right now.
I appreciate that. Mr. Riley is adjacent to my district. He mentioned our dairy community, and we have, you know, in my conversations with representatives from USDA and our farmers, how essential that these offices are. And they appreciate having that easy access and can problem solve and assist those that need it. So
I agree.
I appreciate you looking into that, and certainly understand that there's a lot going on at these points, and I will give more details on the specific division that you had requested. We'll follow up with your team. Just finally, as far as dairy, New York's the 5th largest dairy state in the country. I do not have that Chobani plant in my district, nor do I have the new proposed $1.2 billion Chobani district that will be in, plant that will be in Representative Stefanik's district, but I share many concerns who have been expressed in this hearing. There will need just themselves upwards of 180,000 more cows, many of whom do exist or will exist in my district and neighboring. So I thank you. I ask that you, I'm sure, will continue to work with the Secretary of Labor and other members of this administration and the legislature to work towards a year-round dairy farmer visa.
That's right, and understanding that labor H-2A needs so much work, and this committee has done heroes work on it, but no one is more affected and needs reform more than our dairy industry. And so working very closely and in concert to try to get that done is of utmost priority for me.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I yield back.
All right, there's a new sheriff in town, so I'm going to recognize myself.
I'm so sorry. The lease cancellation you're talking about was rescinded, so that should be solved.
Thank you.
Syracuse, New York. You're welcome. I'm so sorry, sir.
Already off the rails. Perfect.
Already breaking the rules.
Madam Secretary, it's great to have you here. I just have to start out by saying you're a breath of fresh air. Your optimism, your excitement, and the fact that you were essentially born and raised just about an hour and a half north of where my row crop farm is brings a smile to my face. I want to talk a little bit about really the family farm and the future of the family farm. I am a 4th-generation farmer. I am a farm kid and a product of the 80s when we had some really tough times, and the message to farm country was, this is no life for you, get off the farm, we can't make it, interest rates are too high, commodity prices were too risky, you know the routine. And now we fast forward, and I am raising the 5th generation, and I look at ag trade deficit. I look at the inputs that continue to cripple us. I look at a stagnant market. And so as I look to what we were able to do in the reconciliation package, the big, beautiful bill, there's some things in it I'd like to hear your thoughts on. And specifically to me, as I get closer to 50 and further away from 40, I start thinking about things like, what does passing the farm on look like? And farmers of my size really are crippled with the fact that if we were to gift or to, God forbid, hit the pearly gates early and our kids are left with our farm, do they sell land just to pay the tax bill?
Right.
And so in the reconciliation package, I'm really proud of the fact that we were able to take a look at the death tax, the estate tax, but more specifically the 199A, the 45Z, the 179 deductions, and the permanency that we were able to make in that. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on maybe the business side of farming and what we were able to accomplish in the big, beautiful bill through the House here, and maybe give a message of hope to the 5th generation of my farm and what it looks like to be a farmer in Minnesota of the future.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I, the best part about my job in the last 118 days, we have been nonstop on the road. Been to your amazing state, been to, I think, 17 or 18 states at this point, 2 countries. Will continue. But just meeting with the farmers and hearing from them specifically. Everywhere I go, I'll do 2 or 3 roundtables so I can, it's not 1 or 2, it's a 15, 20, 25 person roundtable, and just hearing from people just like you who are 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th generation farmers. And the number one concern that always comes up is, how do I preserve this way of life for my children and my children's children? And that has really struck me as, perhaps when I leave, hopefully in 3.5 years, but perhaps when I leave, if there's one thing I could have done, it would to have been made the road smoother for the generations coming behind you and coming behind me to stay in this way of life. And so about a month ago, I told the team, I said, we've got to come up with I'm a policy person at heart, we've got to come up with a slate of policy that allows this to continue indefinitely. And as we hit year 250 for the American dream and the American birthday, a country that was founded on farming and farmers, that was fought by farmers in the original revolution, that the entire fabric of our nation is based on that discipline and hard work and love of country, I just can't underscore how important this is. And so the work that you all did in the big, beautiful bill, whether it was the, protecting 2 million family farms from the death tax, whether it was making sure we've got $10 billion in tax cuts going to our family farmers, whether it was a $3.8 billion increase in income to our family farmers, whether, to your point, the 45Z and extending that to 2031. These are game changers, and I will do whatever I can all day, every day to ensure that it moves forward in a significant way. Having said all of that, if we don't open up these world markets, if we don't bring down the cost of inputs, if we don't ensure that our family farms have a prosperous future where they're not reliant or mostly reliant on the government payout, then we won't get to the next 250 years and be the America that we are today. That's how seriously I take this. So thank you for your work, and thank you for the opportunity to partner on that.
I appreciate that. In a few seconds that I have left, I will just tell you that the farmers that I have the honor of representing in southern Minnesota tell me all the time that they want to farm for a market. They don't want to farm for the mailbox.
That's right.
They don't want the government to have to step in, because they want a market that produces, and they want to run their business as a business. So I really appreciate your thoughts and appreciate the passion that you bring to this role, and looking forward to your continued leadership.
Oh, thank you, Congressman.
You bet. All right. With that, we will go to Mr. Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Craig, Secretary Rollins. Thank you for appearing here today. It's nice to see you again. We met, I think, at your first day on the job. I came over with the chairman. You were nice enough to give me your cell phone number.
Yes.
And so we could keep in touch. Nice to see you again. Next time we'll make sure we invite,
Don't take it personally.
So my district lies in the heart of California's Central Valley, a region that feeds the nation and much of the world. We produce over 59 billion in agricultural output each year, accounting for 1 in every 4 bites of food consumed by Americans daily. We grow almonds, dairy, citrus, tomatoes, cotton, you name it. And we do it with less water, less margin for error, and more climate risk than just about anywhere else in the country. What keeps us competitive and what keeps us resilient is research and innovation. My district is home to both UC Merced and Merced College, both institutions that are leading the country in that respect. At Merced College, the Ag Tech Workforce Initiative is redefining how we train and upskill the next generation of agricultural professionals. Complementing this effort, we have a 22,000 square foot Ag Innovation Center. UC Merced's home to one of the most cutting-edge smart farms in the country. All of this supported through federal and state investments, including the $65 million F3 award benefiting both those institutions and those programs. These institutions produce the science that allows agriculture in the valley to stay ahead of diseases, water scarcity, global competitors. And we're not talking about the ivory tower theory here. We're talking about cutting-edge, applicable, and exciting research happening every day in our universities and, more importantly, on our farms. This leads to better irrigation systems that stretch every drop of water, pest and drought-resilient crop varieties, carbon-smart techniques that boost soil health and reduce emissions. These are the very tools that will shape the future of agriculture, not just in California, but throughout the country. And yet, the USDA's 2025 budget proposal slashes millions in agricultural research and farmer support. While we are reducing our investment in American ag research, countries like China and Brazil are doubling down. They're building new research stations, funding climate-resilient agriculture, dominating global markets with lower costs and higher volume. If we want American agriculture to remain the global gold standard, we cannot afford to fall behind in innovation. And let's be clear, food security is national security. When USDA cuts research funding, it's not just scientists who lose out, it's farmers trying to manage water shortages, it's dairy producers investing in affordable feed alternatives or methane digesters and other technologies to help them remain competitive. So, Madam Secretary, these cuts send the wrong message that rural America is expected to do more with less, that we'll figure it out without the resources or tools our competitors are using to leap ahead. I know budgets are tight, but cutting research is both short-sighted and fiscally irresponsible. So, Secretary Rollins, my question is two-part. One, how do you and I collaborate, and how do we collaborate here in Congress as a body to ensure that this administration starts to prioritize these critical investments that will be the foundation of agriculture and farming over this next 100 years? And two, can I get a commitment from you that you will come to my district and let me show you firsthand the innovation and breadth of production that makes up the greatest and largest farming valley in the world?
Yeah, for the last question first, I would be honored to come visit. Let me just, if I could provide a little context though, because I do think your points are salient and they're important, but in the budget, we only cut about 7%, and that way we went from 2.1 billion with ARS to 1.9 billion. And I understand what you're saying, that's still 7% or 7.6%, I think, but that was very specific to some outdated facilities that weren't online and weren't producing the research that was necessary. We remain wholly committed to the research that you mentioned, the universities that you mentioned. I'm a product of a land grant, Texas A&M out of Texas. Really believe in the work that is being done. And to your point about national security, it is more important today than ever before that we continue that.
Well, Madam Secretary, I appreciate that response, and I look forward to hosting you in Merced and throughout the San Joaquin Valley. It's a beautiful place, and we do some incredible things there. And, you know, you've said this administration supports agriculture. You've said you want to level the playing field for rural producers. Certainly like to work with you.
Gentlemen's time has expired.
I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you.
Now pleased to recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Jackson. For
Thank you, Mr.
5
Chairman.
minutes.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here today. We appreciate your time. I just want to start off by saying the great state of Texas is really proud of you. You're doing a wonderful job. We really appreciate it. I will say that, during the Biden administration, the USDA was weaponized to push identity politics, green energy scams, and lots of other things that were the detriment of rural America and our agricultural producers. Once again, on behalf of myself and the hardworking farmers and ranchers of Texas' 13th Congressional District, I want to thank you, Madam Secretary, for returning the USDA to its original mission of taking care of all of these that feed and clothe our country. I have the pleasure, as you know, of representing the largest fed cattle district in the United States, and my feeders rely on imports of live cattle from Mexico to supplement their feed yards and remain competitive in what they do. I understand that the restriction on live animals was not an easy choice, and that the USDA made that to protect America's herd health. But every day that imports are suspended, my constituents, their businesses are severely impacted. Madam Secretary, I just wanted to ask you, as you mentioned in your testimony, the USDA is currently reviewing the import suspension every 30 days. Could you please describe to us what are the metrics the agency would like to reach before resuming re-entry of live cattle? And what can this committee do to enhance inspection activities at U.S. ports of entry along the southern border once the suspension is lifted? We want to do everything we can to get this over as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I hear you and realize this is a significant decision with big consequences for not just Mexico, but for us, for Texans, and for the industry. The 30 days is our benchmark, but we're assessing every single day. The metric that we're looking for is to watch the screwworm retreat south. It basically moved from about 1,100 feet from the border, 1,100 miles from the border to 700 miles from the border within just a matter of weeks, which again, we hadn't seen that kind of movement in decades. I can't underscore enough what a dire situation this is. We have put tens of millions of dollars into additional sterile fly production south of the border. We'll have a significant announcement in a couple days to continue expanding on that. I'm in almost daily touch with Secretary Bertigay of Mexico. The challenge is that the sophistication of their data collection, not surprisingly, south of the border is not up to our standards. So they have, I will give them credit more than ever before, at least in our team's partnership, have been more open and more willing to allow our team on the ground to ourselves assess the situation. But please know that every day we are on this and we understand the consequence of this decision and are working so hard to be able to open those ports back up.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And obviously the sterile fly facility is going to help with the long-term, dealing with this from the long term so that we don't get, like you said, in this situation where it plagues us for the next 30 years. But yeah, anything we can do on the short term, that's going to be key for the folks that I represent right now. I also wanted to applaud your leadership in quickly and effectively delivering desperately needed economic assistance for America's farmers and ranchers. While the last administration delayed critical disaster assistance to promote identity politics, which it was unthinkable, your agency is working to swiftly deliver support to producers that will help them remain in operation. As we continue to move towards the implementation of the Supplemental Disaster Relief Program, how are you ensuring that our farmers who suffered from indemnified losses and shallow losses are compensated in a timely fashion?
I am really proud of this. I think relative to, and not to throw the last administration completely under the bus, I think this is true of many of the administrations before us, but we have moved more quickly than even most people thought possible. The ECAP, of course, went out ahead of time, and you send your paperwork in within 3 days. We turned the funding around. The next tranche is the $20 billion. The $10 billion was the first tranche, the $21 billion. We've already begun to move that out. You probably are tracking the livestock piece was the first piece. Yep. In Texas alone, 41,000 producers, 2023 losses, 13,000 producers, 2024 losses. That money is moving. We've already begun distribution and should be finished in the next 30 to 60 days with all of it. There's some hang-ups with the Northeast Block Grant, but for Texas and the livestock, it's moving very quickly.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I do think you're doing a great job. It's much faster than it used to be, and it hasn't been so much the ability to get the relief approved, but to get it delivered to those who need it. So thank you for what you're doing. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. Now, please recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figures, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Rollins, pleasure to meet you. My feelings are hurt that I was not one of the cool kids that got to come over in the early days of,
We'll fix that.
of you coming on board. But I appreciate you being here. Also appreciate your staff getting you ready for this. I've been in their shoes before in preparing an executive branch official, a cabinet agency head for this sort of testimony. So
It's a lot of work.
it is. It is indeed. I represent Alabama, the 2nd Congressional District of Alabama, which includes Mobile, Montgomery, Tuskegee, Troy, Phoenix City, and a bunch of other places I'm sure you've never heard of. But within it is Tuskegee, formerly the Tuskegee Institute, now Tuskegee University, one of the land-grant colleges. We also have Alabama A&M University in the state of Alabama, another land-grant college. And given USDA's history, particularly in the state of Alabama, one of my colleagues earlier mentioned how some of the about 50% of the black farmer litigation settlement money is coming to Alabama. There's a sensitivity there, just given historical race relations with USDA, obviously that predated you, and how USDA treats minority communities, particularly in the state of Alabama. And so through that lens, the suspension of the land grant scholars program was something that resonated a little bit differently, I think, for us in Alabama. And I, just in looking at a timeline, trust me, I wanna grill you on the things that I think you're fully responsible for and praise you for things as well. But looking at the timeline, I kind of doubt it was you that made that full decision and pushed that full process, just given when you were confirmed, when the suspension was announced, when the suspension was reversed. And so I want to get to a little bit of the bottom of how we got there, because that really impacted a lot of students across the country, especially at Tuskegee University. And that university has done a lot in terms of ag. We know the history of George Washington Carver and what they've meant. So my question to you is, first, twofold. One, the 1862 schools also have the same land-grant scholar program. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, but I want to confirm that.
All right, thank you. And it's also my understanding that when the 1890 land-grant scholar program was paused, that funding was paused, that it was not paused for the 1862 schools. Is that your understanding of it?
I need to research that. I'm so sorry. I don't have that off the top of my head.
Got it, no problem. Media reports and what was uploaded on the website indicates as much. And so given that history that I just alluded to, it feels bad. We've had some people talk about identity politics, but it feels that when you have the 1862 schools, which are the Texas A&Ms and the LSUs, historically white, when they were established, segregated institutions, their funding is not touched. But then you have the 1890s, which were all historically black colleges, stood up post-Civil War. Their funding was stopped. That feels problematic based on identity. And that was something that we obviously took issue with, and it was reversed within 5 days. But I feel like looking at that timeline, that was something that was already in motion before you were confirmed. And so my question is, was that a product of DOGE, or was that the product of, how did we get there, I guess is the first question.
And I wish I knew the answer to that, because it was before my time. But I will say this, that I was in the first Trump administration. We were the first administration to guarantee full funding for the HBCUs.
And I'm not questioning your commitment to them.
No, but
I just want to make sure that we don't end up there with some future funding.
Sir, I appreciate that, and I take it to heart, and I understand the optics. I do, and I think it's important to note that this administration is very committed to those universities and have been unequivocal in saying so.
Well, I appreciate it. I don't want to cut you off. I just want to capitalize on my last 45 seconds here. But thank you for that, and definitely want to work towards making sure that does not happen again, because it feels very racially motivated when the
I can
white
promise you
HBCUs
it
don't
was
get cut.
not racially motivated. I think it was just an imperfect process that was happening.
I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that. Last thing that I have time for, and I'll follow up with you on some other things because I would love to sit down with you, is rural hospitals in my district are among the worst in the country. We have 26 rural hospitals in the state of Alabama that have been rated at risk of closure. We have 22 that are rated at immediate risk of closure. We have several in my district that are month to month. They have to go borrow money or get money from the city council or county commission every single month just to be able to make payroll.
Yeah.
We need help with that to keep these communities open. They support our farmers. They support the industries that's left in our rural communities. And I really want to sit down with you and figure out ways we can leverage the programs that you guys have to support rural hospitals to keep them open in my district and across the state and this country.
I can't tell you how important I think that is, and I think we talk a lot about farming and agriculture. That is the driver, but the rural piece of this and having thriving rural communities, you can't do that without the hospitals, the housing, the child care, et cetera. So I am very focused on this for the long term.
The gentleman's time has expired. Now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Craig, for holding this vital hearing today, and thank you, Secretary Rollins, for your testimony and joining us today. I want to begin by applauding the Trump-Vance administration on the nomination of now Secretary Rollins to lead the U.S. Department of Agriculture and guide the backbone industry of our country. Secretary Rollins, I appreciate your diligent work thus far delivering on a new and empowering era for our farmers, and look forward to working with you to secure a prosperous future for all of rural America. As a fellow former state FFA officer and a former commissioner of agriculture and a fierce conservative, I am confident the department will continue to thrive under your leadership. And I would be remiss if I didn't say I was not excited about your newly confirmed Deputy Secretary, Stephen Vaden, from our own state of Tennessee, who's a dear friend and I know will be a capable ally and
yes, he will.
Assistant to you. Secretary Rollins, thank you for your swift action in suspending the implementation of the previous administration's overreaching and impractical rule, the Horse Protection Act amendments, as the department engages with qualified individuals to restructure the rule. Can you highlight details of the administration's plan to ensure a new rule has not only longevity and remains practical for equestrian industries, specifically the Tennessee walking horse industry?
Well, I think the first conversation I ever had with Stephen Vaden, who I did not know before this process began about 6 months ago, was about this rule. So you have no greater advocate. I would like to say I am going to be the greatest advocate. I am a horse girl. I grew up showing horses, but I don't think I beat Stephen Vaden. So listen, our commitment is that we're here for 4 years. We're going to do everything we can to do right by our agriculture community, including our horse community. But if it all whiplashes back, the day that we leave, then it perhaps is for naught. And so ensuring that we can do this in an intentional way with longevity is of utmost importance. So we'll really look forward to your partnership in that.
Well, thank you, Secretary Rollins. And I don't want to speak too much for the chairman, but he has enjoyed riding a Tennessee walking horse himself, and invite Ranking Member Craig to come down and experience that. And I think anyone whoever rides a Tennessee walking horse will understand what has made them so popular through the years.
Yeah.
So thank you for that commitment. I am proud of the investments in production agriculture Republicans secured in the House version of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act that passed recently on the House side. However, we are still on the clock, you might say, to pass a farm bill with robust provisions that strengthen rural America. Madam Secretary, as we turn our focus to passing a new farm bill, can you highlight some of the titles and programs Congress should prioritize from your perspective to ensure that this legislation provides the necessary tools to bolster farmers and landowners?
Well, I think that a lot of that obviously is in the big beautiful bill. Hopefully we'll stay into the finish line, but if not, or if so, the continued effort on reference prices is so important for the viability and continuing work. Obviously, the rural prosperity part of this, we'll see what that looks like, but I'll be rolling something out on that very soon in partnership. A lot of what we're already talking about, of course, SNAP reform is a major, major issue. We've talked a lot about that today. Of course, that's 85% of the Farm Bill, depending on how you slice the cheese. So there is a lot that we can prioritize, but ultimately continuing to put our farmers first, moving toward a new era of prosperity, opening up markets, bringing down inflation and the cost of inputs, ensuring we've got the crop protection tools that we need. All of the above is important. I'm not sure there's frankly a more important effort once we get through this reconciliation bill and effort than the Farm Bill will be in just a little while.
Well, thank you. And you mentioned opening markets. You know, in my lifetime, and we're not that far apart in age, thankfully for most of my lifetime, the U.S. has enjoyed a trade surplus with respect to agricultural products. But we saw during the prior administration that change to a considerable trade deficit. And I think that is driven by a number of factors, but first among them is the lack of focus by the prior administration on opening markets. So in the last 20 seconds, if you could speak to what you can do as Secretary and what the administration will do to open markets for U.S. agricultural products abroad.
We will be relentless, and we will not sleep until those markets are open. And I think you see an all-of-government approach. And I've mentioned this, but let me repeat quickly because I know we're out of time. Just in my first 2 trips, first to the UK, second to Italy, headed to Vietnam, Japan, and India in a couple of weeks, then down to Peru and Brazil and others, the encouragement, the meetings I have had, not just with the government. The important piece of this is with the private sector as well. In Italy, a week and a half ago, I was meeting with the soybean buyers, the Italian soybean buyers, and they are so excited. I'm meeting with them again in a week. They're coming to America to talk about this, that the sky, I believe, is the limit for this new era for our farmers and
Thank
ranchers.
you, Secretary. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now, please recognize the gentlelady from Maryland, Ms. McLean Delaney, for 5 minutes.
So thank you, Secretary Rollins. I really appreciate your deep preparation today. You're diving into the figures and really having the ability and receptivity to following up with each of our offices. It really means a difference. And I did watch your children. They were very patiently waiting. And I, too, have an 18-year-old daughter, and she's headed to Texas for college in the fall.
Oh, that's well, where in Texas?
TCU.
Oh, that's my hometown. At least you didn't say Texas. If you'd said the University of Texas, that would have been tough. But no, that's great. That's a great place.
I have 4 daughters. So anyway, I grew up in a
congratulations.
farming family in Buell, Idaho. Would have been a 4th generation farmer had I not moved to Maryland. But I really appreciate farm country and rural America. I represent the 6th District of Maryland, and it stretches from the tech hubs of Montgomery County to the orchards and farms of Frederick and Allegheny and Garrett and Washington counties. And I love the conversation about the dairy farmers because we have a lot of dairy farms in Washington County. But Maryland has over 12,000 farms, and we support over 83,000 jobs, and it generates billions a year. But when I spoke with all of our 5 farm bureaus and our farmers and our ranchers, they're really very concerned about cuts to agricultural education and research, the tariffs, obviously, and unstable markets. And it's a tsunami of challenges. I will follow up with some questions at the end because I won't get through to all of them. But I have 2 key concerns for my constituents. One's about rural broadband access, and one is about staffing challenges at the farm services agencies. And they just really want kind of a roadmap on what is ahead. So I did listen into your confirmation hearing, and you were very articulate. But you did say when farmers prosper, rural America prospers. And I so agree with that because you pledged to do everything in your power to help farmers, ranchers, and our communities thrive. But I believe that access to affordable high-speed broadband ensures that rural America thrives. And I had the privilege of serving at NTIA and helping roll out the broadband. The President's budget slashes rural broadband funding at USDA and freezes the Reconnect program entirely. And I also saw NTIA budget would be cut by 19%. This is really concerning to me. If broadband is the backbone of economic opportunity, as I believe it is, how do you intend to ensure that our farmers and ranchers aren't left behind? And do you have a clear roadmap or strategy about coordination of USDA funds with other funding streams? Because it's really important that we get this done.
I couldn't agree with you more. I will look into, I'm going to make a note to myself, that specific program you mentioned, the Reconnect. The president has been, again, resolute in his commitment to ensuring that all of rural America is connected. In the last administration that I served with him, this was a big part of our efforts. So let me look into that specifically and get back to you. I think that's really important.
And the USDA freezes too.
The USDA freezes specifically. And then, of course, you know, as innovation changes with satellite and others, there may be better ways for that connectivity, but would really look forward to working with you and potentially identifying what that looks like.
Yeah, and I'd love to follow up on that because I did a lot in the satellite and fiber arena. There's a lot of challenges along that area. And then the second is really something that was brought up by our 5 farm bureaus, and it's a pressing problem. There's ongoing staff shortages at Maryland's Farm Service Agency, and it's really risking delays in services for our farmers. Right now, the state office lacks a state executive director, and filling this leadership role is really urgent. Maryland already has a qualified candidate ready to step into the role and provide this assistance. And I think, you know, obviously with 15% of USDA, you know, having left, it's really important to have expertise within the states and to fill these. Just wanted to know if we could follow up with you and if you had any insights into that.
That would be great. I know we have moved out a lot of those state directors. Obviously, you would know, if you haven't heard we've done Maryland, then we probably haven't, but let me check on that and get back to you. I honestly am really looking forward in this next sort of month or two to lean into this FSA question.
Really
I want to
important.
understand where all the states are, where the offices are, the 4-hour wait times I keep hearing about from people calling in. They're only open Tuesday and Thursday
yeah, I'm
until
hearing
noon.
about it too, so yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, that's unacceptable. And so whatever we need to do, we will solve for that. I haven't not had
Great.
the time yet to do it, but that's next.
Okay, and I'll just say in closing, I'll be submitting a couple of questions for the record, including about our Maryland University research and ag innovation research, nutrition assistance, and then your supplemental disaster relief program, because we had historic flooding in Allegheny County. So
Okay,
thank
I
you.
would welcome that. You got a good basketball coach from Texas A&M, by the way.
I yield back.
He's
Thank
very
you.
good.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Now recognize Mr. Nunn from Iowa.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Rollins, again, for joining us here. You came as one of the first states to the great state of Iowa, which is a large leader in corn, soybean, hogs, and eggs, and thank you for bringing down the price of eggs. It seems like a small thing, but when you're a dad of 6 kids, it matters, and to this country it matters. Your leadership made that happen. Thank you very much. While you're there, I want to say, first, thanks and foremost for learning about biofuels in a really meaningful way, and what this committee and this team on both sides of the aisle have done to make this a priority. You came to the Mann family farm, and you saw what it means to be able to have a generational family farm. You're a daughter of the farmland, as it were, and you've helped make it a priority for other families to have the same success. I also want to say thank you for your quick work. When we looked at actions here in D.C. having consequences, we were in danger of Iowa State losing some of those frontline folks who were providing treatments and vaccines and protection for turkey flocks that were culled by 500,000. And because of your work, we were able to save not only those jobs that were important, but they were critical for USDA security on the front line of agricultural health.
Thank you.
Lastly, I want to talk about one of the things that was a top issue for so many of our farmers when you came to our farm forums. It's about finding new markets.
Yeah.
Challengingly, for the last 4 years, the Biden administration left us with 0 new trade deals. We went from trade equity in ag to a $50 billion deficit. That's real money out of family farms, and that's real hardship going forward for every one of us who enjoys paying a reasonable price at the grocery store. I'm so proud that with our chairman, we were able to move forward $285 million for permanent, mandatory, year-over-year funding for trade promotion that this committee, on both sides, secured in the reconciliation bill. Now, funding is critical, but so is follow-through. You heard from farmers at our roundtable that they don't want a handout. They want to be able to sell their product. And I want to say thank you so much for the trade work that you've already taken, because when you left Iowa, you took the leadership role to go see the world. And we've heard about trips to Europe, trips to Southeast Asia. You'll be working with India and Brazil. These are all great and important opportunities for America to not only help feed and fuel the world, but to make sure we're strong right here at home.
Yeah.
So a salute to
Thank
you,
you.
Secretary Rollins.
Thank you.
I do want to raise a concern that we've experienced in Iowa. We've seen Chinese theft of intellectual property. Literally, Chinese nationals coming into Iowa and taking corn seed out of the ground to take back to China. Now, the FBI caught them, but that was in 2011. Just this week, we have seen 3 different scenarios of Chinese nationals who have pledged loyalty to the Chinese government bringing pathogens into the United States, including fungus that could decimate our crops. Had these biological actions been taken, it would have devastated not only our ability to grow, but potentially loss of life here in the U.S. That's why I'm proud to be working with Mr. Riley here from New York on a bipartisan bill. It's called the PLAN Act, Prevent Lethal Agriculture and National Threats Act. The reality here is that we have a very high standard, and I'm asking for USDA's help in this, in making sure that our federal agents close these dangerous loopholes that allow things like this to enter our country. As it stands now, federal prosecutors must prove an intent to commit terrorism to bring charges, and the reality is these guys are a clear threat today. Madam Secretary, would you agree that we need to strengthen our legal tools to hold these individuals accountable for the threats they're bringing into the United States?
Absolutely, yes. And as we look to release, build, implement, execute a national security plan in the agriculture world, this is going to be a very important part of that.
One of the things that we'd like to do is also encourage you not only to identify the threat that's coming in, but what they potentially could do here. We have a real scenario in which the bioterrorism and the agroterrorism that's coming in here will have impact far greater. So I appreciate not only your support in that, but your leadership.
Yeah, thank you.
Secretary, we just want to also say thank you so much for taking time in Iowa. I'm going to be showing cattle this year at the Iowa Charity
I think we're going to be competitors,
Steers.
aren't we?
I think you're going to be competitors with me. I encourage you. You can take on my daughters. They're showing sheep, and the youngest one is showing a Persian cat. So if you want to bring it to the field,
of course,
you're welcome. You're welcome to the Iowa State Fair anytime.
My steer showers have now left, but yeah, they're all Hereford cattle showers too.
Well, we are very grateful for the work that you've done on both sides of the aisle here. This is a bright future for Iowa's farm families, and they have you to really thank for opening up those new markets. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I yield my time back.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Gentleman from California, Mr. Carvajal, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Secretary Rollins.
Thank you.
First of all, let me just say thank you for seeing the light and reopening the 8 out of the 9 USDA offices in California that you closed, and then realized it was creating a lot of chaos for many of our farmers and would have a really negative impact. You've reopened those, and I want to thank you for that. I represent the Central Coast of California, where agriculture is the #1 industry, and a wide range of specialty crops are grown. When I meet with growers back in my district, one of the major issues they mention is the labor shortage. I'm sure you're aware the administration has intensified its deportation efforts, which have created significant fear and uncertainty within California's agriculture labor force. In fact, yesterday, a farm bureau in my district publicly voiced concerns over the impact of these enforcement actions. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to submit for the record the Ventura County Farm Bureau statement, if I may do so.
Without objection.
I'm going to give you that. Secretary, given the uncertainty of this immigration climate as it relates to agriculture labor, what specific steps is the Department of Agriculture taking to support both farmers and their workforce?
Well, thank you, and let me be clear. I think it was a lease confusion with GSA. I don't think it was a USDA question, but neither here nor there. I'm glad those offices are open for our farmers again. The labor question is a significant one. It is one that is perhaps maybe not the very top of the list, but for some they would say the very top of the list. We feel it. I mentioned earlier that in Texas, the citrus producers on the Texas side of the border on average pay labor $23 if they can even get the labor. On the other side, at the Mexican border, it's $2 an hour. This is unsustainable, and our ag community cannot continue to do what they need to do under the current effort. Clearly, the president has a vision that I support of ensuring that we've got legal immigrants in this country. But he also recognizes, I spoke with him this morning and yesterday, the shortages in the labor market, especially in the agriculture community. On April the 10th, at our second or third cabinet meeting, he spoke in front of the cameras on this and said to Lori Chavez-DeRimmer, also herself from a farming background from Oregon, but also California farming roots, our labor secretary, in concert and partnership with this committee and Congress, we have to fix the H-2A program and ensure that we can make certain that these producers have the labor that they need to feed not only America but the world.
Thank you. Well, they're creating a lot of fear and uncertainty and a lot of this limited workforce. is quite frankly not showing up to harvest our farms. Just yesterday, we had some immigration raids on some of the farms that are within my district, thus the statement that I just submitted. Secretary, I know some of my colleagues here today have brought up the issue with H-2A, and during your testimony before the House Agriculture Appropriations Subcommittee last month, you mentioned that you were working with the Department of Labor and the White House to reform the H-2A program. Can you provide an update on the progress of those efforts, and would the administration support the bipartisan legislation such as the Farm Workforce Modernization Act, which is one bipartisan? Secretary DeReamer was one of the co-authors of that, and I want to just draw that to your attention. One, would you support that? And which of your awareness, for your awareness, current Secretary of Labor DeReamer, again, is a co-sponsor, and I would appreciate your response to that.
Well, clearly, the real reform has to come from Congress. I mean, I don't mean to pass the buck, that is not it at all, but I have had lots of conversations. Can we do this? Can we do that? Can we do this without congressional authorization? To your point, I think that the leadership currently, our administration realizes the significant challenges and are open and welcome to trying to help however we can to solve that, including the president. So I will continue that effort. Now, within the Labor Department with Lori Chavez-DeRemer, she is very focused on this issue. We have met about it multiples of times. I think you'll be hearing more about that very, very soon. But you have our commitment. We're doing everything we can to work to solve for that as much as we can.
Thank you. Can you explain how proposed cuts to nutrition programs like TFAP and SNAP benefit growers, especially when it's farmers who produce the fruits and vegetables for these programs?
Well, so on the one hand, you're talking about the food bank programs. On the other, you're talking about SNAP. So we'll talk about SNAP first. We spend at just USDA across 16 nutrition programs about $400 million a day on those nutrition programs. That's just alone. By any given number, up to 30% of that is fraud, waste, and abuse. At this time of unemployment, we were at 17 million, we're now at 42 million people on the SNAP program. So there is a lot of room to do better. And
I'm out of time, but let me just say, fraud is 1% or less. There's other, that is a,
Sir, that is not
absolutely
the case.
false. So I just want you to know.
Gentlemen's
We can't even get the data.
Has
falsifying
expired.
information.
That is not, that is what, please send what you have, and then let me compare it to what we have,
Well,
because that is.
you could send me what you have and we'll both compare what we have.
I'll be happy
Gentlemen,
to do that.
Gentlemen's time has expired. Now
But
recognize the gentleman.
1% is, yeah, okay, we'll do that. We'll keep the conversation going.
Recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Weed, for 5 minutes.
Well, Madam Secretary, thank you so much for your willingness to be here today and answer questions about the ongoings of the USDA. And, well, happy National Dairy Month as well.
That's
As you
right.
most certainly know, as America's dairy land, it cannot be overstated how important agriculture in the entire dairy industry is to my constituents, which is Wisconsin's 8th Congressional District. We rank 4th in the country in dairy production, and the entirety of the industry, from milk to our world-famous cheeses, provides a $14 billion economic impact. It's a priority of me to support this strong tradition that we have in Wisconsin. So despite strong growing demand from international consumers, certain trading partners refuse to allow our products to compete in their markets by erecting unfounded barriers to trade. One of the worst offenders is our neighbor to the north. Canada has continued to ignore its obligations under the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement to provide the dairy market access that they had agreed to in 2020. Since then, the Canadian government has administered their dairy import quotas in a manner that intentionally limits our ability to reach Canadian consumers, leaving many of the quotas largely unfilled at the end of the year. So Wisconsin dairy exporters have an easier time exporting to countries on the other side of the world than to our next-door neighbor. To add insult to injury, Canada continues to offload its non-fat milk solids at artificially low prices on the global market, undercutting our producers and circumventing its USMCA commitments on dairy protein exports, of course, in the process. So, Secretary Rollins, with the USMCA review coming up next year, will you commit to working with your interagency partners to ensure that Wisconsin dairy farmers receive the full benefits of the trade deal as the negotiators intended?
Yeah, I really look forward to that. I think, it's such a, the dynamic is so different in the best way this time with this administration. Not that we weren't getting a lot of good things done in the first Trump administration, but this cabinet is so aligned and so hand in glove together that my partners, Lutnick, Besant, Greer, all of the above, the president as the negotiator in chief, I think that we're going to see some really big wins. And yes, so putting cheese and our dairy farmers at the top of the list is great.
Well, that's refreshing. Thank you. So in Wisconsin, many multi-generational farms are at a crossroads. Aging farmers are ready to retire, but younger family members are beginning farmers often face steep barriers, as we know. Limited access to capital, limited land availability, and economic uncertainty. Without meaningful support, farmland risks being lost to non-agriculture uses. What is USDA doing to support successful farm transitions, particularly in dairy, which is a big part of our district, where high capital costs, narrow margins, and labor challenges make it difficult for the next generation to take over?
This is, and I mentioned this earlier, so forgive me for those who are having to hear it again, but in the 17 states that I visited so far, more states coming, Wisconsin being right there, the best part, but also the most challenging part, has been meeting with the farmers and sitting in a barn or a warehouse at a round table with 20 or 30, hearing from them their biggest challenges and what we can do to help that. And almost every one of them is a second or third or fourth or fifth generation. Some new farmers too, and that's a different discussion. But, and all of them say, I'm just so scared I'm not gonna be able to pass this on to my kids and my kids to their kids. And so about a month ago, we launched our Small Family Farm Initiative, a slate of policy items that we can work alongside states, ag commissioners, with you all in Congress, that the executive can do himself through EOs, et cetera, to ensure that we've got just that. I think what's in the big, beautiful bill is really important. I think the work that you all did is just, you should be so commended. The death tax now not applying to the 2 million smaller farms, the additional tax cuts to our farmers, the $3.8 billion in additional income to our farmers. These are things that make a difference, but ultimately expanding the market, bringing down the cost of inputs, protecting our crop protectants, et cetera, is just going to continue to be at the top of the list, and we've just got to do better, and that's what I'm hoping to do.
So I know farmers and processors often have different opinions on milk pricing, but one area of agreement relates to having better data across the board. So in that context, I've co-sponsored a bipartisan bill to require USDA to conduct dairy manufacturing cost surveys every 2 years to help make sure that all stakeholders have the same data going forward. I'm thrilled that we were able to include funding, of course, in this big, beautiful bill, in this reconciliation package to implement this process. So when and if this is enacted, will you work with us on, on this committee to help get this up and running as quickly as possible?
100%. I'll look forward to that.
Okay, great. Well, thank you again for your leadership.
Thank you.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mesmer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Rollins, for being here this afternoon. Madam Secretary, let me start by thanking you for your timely response to the avian influenza and screwworm issues. Each have been a particular concern to the producers in my district, and I'm pleased to see mitigation efforts quickly implemented. With that said, I want to pivot on our focus to the tremendous opportunity of bio-based products industries. This sector is quickly becoming a new strong market for the farmers in my district, but as the industry continues to grow, it's important we clarify terminology. The inconsistent and sometimes interchangeable use of terms like bio-based, plant-based, and bio-attributed creates customer confusion that can undermine innovation in these markets. Would you and your staff at USDA commit to partnering with me as I work to establish clear, uniform definitions to provide clarity to farmers, biomanufacturers, and consumers, along with the bio-preferred value chain?
Yes, we'd look forward to doing that.
Thank you. We will be in touch. Madam Secretary, farmers in my district were hit hard during 2020 and 2021. When the USDA provided emergency relief assistance, they applied and were accepted, but due to incredible delays and programmatic errors, the agency failed to hold up its end of the deal, leaving farmers that were reliant on this lifeline high and dry without the aid they were rightfully due. I've spoken to your team, and if there's a solution for this if there's a solution to that problem, but unfortunately, those funds have been completely depleted. Now, that was a previous administration, and I'm very pleased with the efforts you've put forth to ensure aid is going to our farmers, real farmers, in a timely manner and efficient manner. I know you've shared success stories today, but can you specifically explain how you're working to ensure that relief distributed under your leadership is free of the flaws that plagued the last administration, and that the USDA holds true to the promises it makes to our farmers?
I appreciate that, and while we're not going to be perfect, I do believe, based on what I've seen, not just from the past administration, but previous ones as well, that we moved more quickly and with great intentionality. Part of that was it was important to me to bring back some of the team from the first Trump administration who had lived this before under Secretary Perdue and knew what they were doing. And so as they built the ECAP program out and moving that money again within 3 days, within just a couple months of the appropriation from you all, I think was record speed. We're now into the second tranche. I believe that is record speed as well. We've already moved $1 billion out on that second piece, and we've got more coming in the next days. This next tranche is more complicated because it requires a state-by-state agreement that has to be negotiated, versus ECAP was just data you plug into a formula and you move the money. But I'm really proud of the team. If you hear differently, please let us know. But we've got the smartest people working on, again, both politicals and careers. I don't want to, take all the credit. Our team sitting here is incredible, but we've got some amazing careers back at USDA too that are working 7 days a week to move that out. I mentioned we had a 6 a.m. conference call this morning. I was on the phone at 10 o'clock last night on these issues just to ensure that we're moving as quickly as we can for these farmers.
Thank you. The farmers in my district will appreciate that.
Thank you.
And pardon me for, I know you've heard this many times today, but it's important to the farmers in my district, and so allow me to beat the drum one more time for fixes to the ag labor issue.
Yes.
One of the issues I've been completely flooded with in my inbox since getting here is farm labor. Right now, Hoosiers pay just under $20 an hour for H-2A labor, and that's off the top of, on top of that is housing and transportation.
Yeah.
But the wage isn't just unworkable, it's unequitable. Mm-hmm. The only thing separating farmers in Mount Vernon, Indiana from farmers in Uniontown, Kentucky is a river that's less than a mile wide apart. And our Kentuckian neighbors pay $3 an hour less in farm labor than those in Indiana. With farm input costs skyrocketing, margins aren't nearly wide enough to allow for this flawed wage calculation system. Secretary, can we look at the USDA as a partner with myself and the colleagues in Congress to seek a wage freeze in that ag labor rate and enact an expansive functional improvements to the H-2A program?
I would really welcome that partnership and look forward to hopefully solving this for our ag community.
Well, love to be.
It's a beast.
Love to be part of those discussions if possible.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Madam Secretary. Indiana, got to get our Indiana plugs in here. Indiana ranks #1 in the nation in commercial duck production, #2 in tomato and pumpkin production, #3 in egg production and spearmint production, #4 in soybean and turkey production, and probably the bulk of that turkey production happens in my county. #5 in corn production, and #6 in watermelon production. Each of those activities combined contribute $35 billion to the economy of Indiana. But to remain an incubator for ag innovations, these industries need reliable and affordable access to labor. And thank you, Chairman. I yield back my time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Time has expired. Now recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I mean, you are truly a breath of fresh air.
Thank you.
It's just, your optimism is, it's electric.
Oh, thank you.
I want to take a second before I get into this to apologize for one of my colleagues who's sitting here berating you. So I'm just going to ask you a few questions in the vein that took place here. Are rocks heavy? Mm-hmm. Are trees made of wood? Is gravity real? Yeah? Okay.
Yes,
Did the
thank you,
radical
yes.
out-of-control government spending by Joe Biden, who increased the massive amount of liquidity to a market with scarcity, cause inflation to spike and input costs to spike?
Yes.
Those are all true statements.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks. Hey, I want to thank you. I'm done with that. That's just silly. You badger you like that in front of your kids?
Yes.
Kids need to know you're a baller. Tell them to watch this. A baller is a word that old people use, and it means awesome.
I will.
Thank you for getting the Dairy Business Initiative back online.
Yeah.
Incredibly important. I know that when we've got this stuff going on and there's like, a big hand little map taking place, and we're gonna skip a couple beats. I got that, but I think I sent you a note and you got that turned back on like 94 hours later.
Yeah,
And it
thank
was
you.
Right into my farmers. They're so excited about it.
Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am. So I do want to talk to you about agriculture labor because I think we have an 80% solution. My office has been working on this really since we started our agriculture labor working group. And what we're going to do is just acknowledge reality. The fact that the agriculture industry, the construction industry, and hospitality industry are really being floated by a lot of people here that are here unlawfully. And we're going to just say it out loud, and we're going to address it in the most meaningful way. It is not a pathway to citizenship. These people are going to have to pay a fine. They're going to have to leave the United States of America to return, to send the message across the world. If you're going to get a job here in the United States, you're going to enter this country legally. The employer's going to have to pay a fine, and they're going to be able to come back here. And when they enter the United States again, that's their born-again date. They're not skipping anybody. Doesn't matter if they're here for 50 years. And we want to make sure that our farmers have a continuous flow for agriculture labor. More to follow on that. I'm not even looking at H-2A because it's a broken, horrible program.
Yeah.
So we're going to put that over here, and if I can work with you on that,
sounds
I would
great.
love that. The last thing that I want to talk to you about really is milk labeling. Like, what is milk, right? And this is going to have a profound effect on my dairy farmers. Here is what milk is, according to you, ma'am. Milk is, on my phone, and I'm over 50. Okay, there you go. Milk is the lacteal secretion, particularly free, or practically free from colostrum, obtained by the complete milking of one or more healthy cows. Milk that is in its final package form for beverage use shall have been pasteurized or ultra-pasteurized and shall contain not less than 8.25% milk solid, not fat, and not less than 3.25% milk fat. None of that comes from an almond or an oat. So
Fair.
yeah, go ahead. Hey, Mesmer, I'll give you $1 if you can milk an oat, right? So all I'm asking is that the USDA follow their own definition. And I spoke to Secretary Kennedy about this, and he's all on board.
Yeah.
Whole milk is one of the most nutritious things that our young people and aging people, such as myself, could consume. But if you go to the store and you buy almond milk, it ain't milk. Bunch of sugars and stuff in there and oats. So I really would like to talk to you about this to get this done. We introduced a bill in last Congress. It didn't get through the Senate. But I'm all for doing this through initial executive action, following up with some type of legislation, because it will have a profound effect on our dairy industry.
I think I hear you, and I couldn't agree more. And, one of the vehicles that's coming soon is the dietary guidelines, which Secretary Kennedy and I are working on together.
Yep.
And that's not due until October, but you'll see that way before October. And hopefully we can continue the momentum toward the vision that you have that I agree with.
Yes, ma'am. And so we can label milk skim milk, 1% milk, 2% milk, and then we call it whole milk. The whole milk, the fat content in whole milk is 3.25%, and people think they're drinking butter. And I asked the person in the previous administration who was responsible for drawing up these dietary guidelines, I asked her what the milk fat content of whole milk was, and she said, I don't know, 6%? That ain't it. So I'm super excited, once again, to be working with you hand in glove. I'm very proud of your work.
Thank you.
Your kids need to know you're awesome.
Thank you.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you so much.
Gentleman's time has expired. Before we adjourn today, I invite the ranking member to share any closing comments that she might have.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Rollins, for being here, for testifying in front of us and giving us so much of your time. There was a lot of talk today about how the Trump administration is putting America's farmers first. But as I go around my state and I ask many of the farmers, ranchers, and producers, I think at this point they would say that they're a little bit less certain than that. The farmers I know and speak to talk to me about uncertainty. They say they're not sure whether they can make it another season. They're worried about handing the farm over to their children. something America's family farmers strive for and take pride in, but are struggling to do under these economic conditions and uncertainty. They tell me they want us to help develop markets, not more government handouts, or they want no more government handouts or government income. Since January, farm country has been dealt one blow after another. Trade wars that increase cost and eliminate markets, USDA layoffs that impact farm program enrollment, the elimination of oversubscribed USDA programs that farmers rely on to help their bottom lines, contracts they have signed, ignored, catering to an HHS secretary who cites, believes, and promotes fake science. And Secretary Rollins, what my farmers would love to see is you to stand up for them and against his fake science. You'll have to excuse me and my colleagues if we don't quite believe the putting farmers first rhetoric. There is no doubt in my mind that you are working hard. What I just said about the problems in farm country, I heard you say over and over again today. But we shouldn't be pushing trade partners away from America's soybean farmers and toward soy-grown products in Brazil and Argentina. We should be working to increase market access rather than watching our competitors eat into ours. You've mentioned China agreed to a trade deal a few times today, but if you look under the hood, it's not more market access. It appears we've just re-agreed to move forward with the previous tentative framework that was agreed to last month in Geneva. So as we still sit here today, we still have the concepts of a plan. In addition, we shouldn't be signing onto and lending what's left of USDA's credibility to MAHA Commission reports that aim to take away the tools our American farmers use to grow our food. We shouldn't be going along with the mismanagement of USDA programs and personnel that Elon Musk and his Doge kids raided during the agency's early days. We've heard near silence from the cabinet during that period of time. The current course on reconciliation is threatening the Farm Bill coalition, and we should have been here trying to pass a 5-year, 12-title farm bill rather than cutting SNAP by $300 billion, putting the stability and income it provides to family farmers in jeopardy. When I became the ranking member of this committee, I promised to go anywhere and talk to anyone to improve life for our family farmers. I've always called it like I see it. You can ask the Biden administration about that. I thought they ought to be out there looking for more trade deals. And today, as I look under the hood, this administration so far is creating the chaos that is failing them. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Generally yields back. Madam Secretary, I just want to thank you. Thank you for your leadership, your vision, your partnership. You're the one that described our relationship as a partnership, and it truly is. 118 days on the job. And to step in when we've had 4 years that our farm country was abandoned under the previous administration, where 2 years of those 4 years it took until the Biden administration named 2 of the top key trade individuals for agriculture trade, Assistant Secretary for Foreign Agriculture and Trade at USDA, left open for 2 years, half the term. USTR at USTR, 2 years where they didn't name somebody as a chief agriculture negotiator. So American farmers were left in a hole. They were paid no attention to. The previous secretary, who I worked very hard to develop a good relationship with, had no use for the legislative branch, and took and used money, created programs that they clearly said were temporary, and now my colleagues are complaining that a temporary program created by the previous administration obviously ceases. Temporary is temporary. Now, I see value in some of that. If Secretary Vilsack would have come to us and really wanted to work with the legislative branch, we could have worked on that. And I think we are looking at those things as we move forward. We can find the monies to be able to fund it. We don't have jurisdiction over the farmers to schools. That's a different committee. But the farmers to the food banks makes a lot of sense to me. I wish he'd have come to me, we could have legislated it, and then it'd still be in place. But that's on the previous admission. That is not on you, and that is not on President Trump. Again, that number I come back to is 118 days. I'm so impressed. You know, in 118 days, we've, this committee, and it was very partisan, unfortunately, and I get it, reconciliation, no matter what party's in the majority, it's always partisan. But, you know, some of my colleagues missed the opportunity to vote for all the things that we put together under the Farm, Food, and National Security Act in terms of the safety net. In 118 days, we've actually incorporated into legislation the investments in Title I, which is the reference prices. You know, doing that and what we said, and we just, our Senate counterparts, Senate Republicans are working on this, but a 10 to 20% increase based on what they need. Not exactly maybe what they wanted, because there's a difference there. We did our due diligence and looked at what they needed. Adding base acres for the first time in generations, modernizing the dairy margin coverage program, making investments in crop insurance, but also includes specialty crops. All of that we, some people call it the One Big Beautiful Bill, and that is the official name of it. It's a little odd, but that's okay. I call it Farm Bill 1.0. It really is Farm Bill 1.0. You know, with making crop insurance more affordable for everyone, because it is the most popular program that we found, you know, traveling the country of 42 states, one territory, about 115 listening sessions. That's what we heard. Making investments, as you heard today, in trade, in research, in animal health, in secure rural schools, which expires for those school districts that are located within national forests. I mean, when you look, and so much more that's there. So I'm really proud of what we did with Farm Bill 1.0. I like what I'm hearing actually over in the on the Senate side. I also like the fact that we, you know, wherever it winds up in terms of state share, the problem has not been what Congress has passed in terms of our nutrition programs. Those are really good. The problems have been in the state's execution and administration of them. You know, it's the old adage, if you're spending somebody else's money, you don't care, you're reckless. Well, we're not asking much over there, and that number might even go down. We'll see. But I expect that results will go up. The error rates are unacceptable. They hurt the people that those programs are designed for. So there's so much more that I'm really excited about where we're at in 118 days. We've done that part with the Agriculture Committee. We've got a Farm Bill 2.0 we need to finish up. We know that price tag will be much less, but they're important. And the pieces of legislation that are pending that didn't fit in reconciliation, most of those fit in the category of, I think that the Farm, Food, and National Security Act overall had 40 measures that were just introduced by a Democrat, 140 measures that were introduced by a Republican and a Democrat, and then a fair amount that were introduced by just a Republican. So it's a basis for a great bipartisan, very affordable Farm Bill 2.0. And then I'm just so impressed with your written testimony. You know, the support for American poultry and egg producers, addressing the avian flu, bold action to respond to foreign disease outbreaks like the New World Screwworm, launching that new web portal for potential victims of ongoing lawfare, fighting for fair trade for our farmers and ranchers, unleashing American dominance. We know that which includes biofuels, which is so important as a market, but even more than that, because farming's energy intensive. You know, the cost of that diesel fuel, the cost of that propane, unleashing, streamlining unnecessary regulations, cutting. You used to have red tape. I like to. We're cutting red and green tape actually. So, working with Secretary Burgum on wildfire preparedness, deploying resources for wildfire responses. You know, just a long list of the outcomes in just 118 days. So looking forward to continuing that partnership. Quite frankly, I think we are well on our way to making agriculture great again in this country. So thank you so much. Before, I already did that part. Here we go. Under the rules of the committee, the record of today's hearing will remain open for 10 calendar days to receive additional material and supplementary written responses from the witnesses to any questions posed by a member. This hearing of the Committee on Agriculture is adjourned.
Thank you very much. Thank you also. I was just talking to Braun. I was in a